Chapter 756. The unraging monk swung his sleeve, and the door of the demon suppression hall swung open loudly. It was like a huge, pitch-black mouth, sucking in the fierce wind. Li Qingshan's clothes and hair ruffled. The 8th floor of the demon suppression hall is still very dangerous to you. You can't be careless. You definitely can't enter the 9th floor. No matter how confident you are in your strength, what's suppressed there isn't something you can handle. The unraging monk put away his usual playful smile and said sternly. Li Qingshan said, I'm not someone who doesn't know what's important. The unraging monk said, I'll go talk to senior brother right now. As for the outcome, it'll be up to fate. Li Qingshan smiled. If we cultivators let fate decide, we'd sink into the mundane world a long time ago. In a century, we'd be reduced to dust. Little End also said, the abbot will definitely agree. The unraging monk shook his head. Only geniuses at their age and level could possess such drive. Strictly speaking, the cultivation community was just a slightly more special mundane world. Li Qingshan bid farewell to Little N and leapt into the demon suppression hall. The door slammed shut. The resplendent palace once again appeared in front of him. Li Qingshan had a vague feeling that the demon suppression hall might be like the Azura field, a wondrous treasure that could carve out a space. As the first person to practice the demon suppression statuary in the past millennia, and he possessed the great strength of the third heavenly tribulation, the unraging monk wondered whether he had refined it or not. With this thought in mind, Li Qingshan flew towards the center of the first floor and arrived before the golden door in the blink of an eye. The door opened, and the demon suppression statue stood majestically in the hall. The surroundings were littered with demon folk corpses. Has a disciple come in for training? As Li Qingshan advanced, he began encountering demon folk blocking his way. He could not be bothered with wasting time, so he directly transformed into his demon commander form and scared the demon folk into fleeing. However, the demon folk had all been cleared out in the center of each floor, where the demon suppression statues stood. He arrived on the 5th floor, and a conversation rang out from the golden door. Senior brothers, we can't go down anymore. It's very dangerous down there. The voice sounded familiar. Li Qingshan put down his hand that was pushing the door open and listened to what they were saying. Duoj, we came to the demon suppression hall to train. If there's no danger at all, would it still be called training? A voice said disapprovingly. So it's that brat Duoj. He's now taking up a promising job as a guide. Yes, including Duoj, there's a total of 6 people. All of them are experts who have undergone one heavenly tribulation, so they should be able to pass through the 6th level. Li Qingshan didn't want to meet with this group of monks, so he simply waited for them to go down first. At that time, he would be the first to reach the center of the 6th level and eliminate the devil general that was entrenched there. This could be considered as helping them reduce some of the danger. As expected, after arguing for a while, they still chose to head to the 6th floor. Duoj was the unraging monk's disciple, and his cultivation was not weak either, but he was still young. As a demon folk, he seemed rather weak when he tried to defend himself against the formal disciples of the monastery. Li Qingshan entered the 6th floor of the demon suppression hall. Sure enough, he did not see Duoj and the others, but he did not take it to heart either. He made a beeline for the 6th demon suppression statue. Boom! Li Qingshan kicked open the gilded door, and the demon generals all looked back cautiously. Before they could even make out Li Qingshan's appearance, countless chains of demon suppression shot over, directly piercing and mincing their bodies to pieces. When they flew back to Li Qingshan's side, they all carried demon hearts of various colors. Li Qingshan took out the traitorous demon sword. The demon heart that served as the eye had already become extremely weak. He could use it a few more times before cutting it out and swapping it for the demon hearts of the demon generals. However, after trying a few, the traitorous demon sword refused to accept any of them. He lectured, "You sure are picky with your lousy sword. All right, I'll kill a few demon commanders and give them to you." Right when he was about to set foot on the 7th floor, his ears suddenly twitched. Howls and roars rang out from outside the gilded door. It was the monks. Originally, he wanted to ignore them, but he remembered that they were still fellow disciples after all. If the unraging monk found out, he would lose face. And, he still had a junior brother like Duoj, so he had to take care of him a little. As a result, he flew off with a flash. Speaking of which, the monks really were unlucky. They had been moved to a spacious room on the 6th floor, and a group of demon generals just happened to be gathered there. When they saw them, they really became extremely furious when they saw their enemies. They immediately demonified all of them and attacked with their full strength. One of them died on the spot. They fell into a formation and resisted the endless attacks, no longer as high-spirited as they were just now. They all regretted listening to Duoj's advice and not coming to the 6th floor of the demon suppression hall. Normally, when they said things like, cutting off one's flesh to feed the eagle, or sacrificing one's life to feed the tiger, they treated it as nothing special. Only when it was their turn did they understand what death is the most difficult thing in all of history truly meant. After demonifying, the demon generals became even more vicious. They either grew 7 or 8 arms, or 5 or 6 eyes. Their bodies swelled up to a dozen times their original size, opening several dozen mouths filled with sharp teeth, and so on. They assumed various strange and twisted postures as they attacked madly. A while later, the formation tottered on the verge of collapse. Hold on, everyone. The unraging master is watching from above. He'll come and save us very soon. This is the trial of the demon suppression hall. No one will come to save us. We have to kill our way out together. This was something that had been made clear before they entered the demon suppression hall. If the disciples knew they were under the protection of a powerful senior at all times, why would they feel any sense of danger at all? The trial would become meaningless. In reality, having Duoj lead the way with his understanding of the situation in the demon suppression hall was already their greatest guarantee of safety. Duoj was also groaning inwardly. None of the senior brothers who had come to the demon suppression hall to train were easy to get along with. There were plenty of people who disliked him, and his master had never stood up for him. This was not the first time he had come across a situation like this in the past few years either. He rubbed the demon heart prayer beads around his neck. As long as he ingested one, killing all these demon generals would be nothing difficult. However, the last time he did this, he ended up devouring all living creatures before him and losing control of his mind, falling into a frenzy. Only when the unraging monk personally suppressed his demonic nature did he return to normal. The senior brothers might not be nice, but none of them have any ill intentions towards me. I don't want to eat them, even though their flesh is tender and tastes quite nice. No, how can I think like that? If I completely demonify again, I might completely lose control and turn into a demonic beast. At this moment, Sword Chi whistled over, sweeping through the entire room with surging malice. In that moment, all of the demon generals froze up. Under the surprised gazes of the monks, they collapsed, reduced to a pile of mangled corpses. You bunch of big baldies. Don't you understand that you should just listen to my advice and eat your fill? Li Qingshan stepped into the room with the traitorous demon sword on his shoulder. Who are you? Duoj said in surprise and joy, first senior brother. Just call me senior brother. There's no need to add the word first. Why? Chapter 757. You're Li Qingshan. The monks were alarmed. Although they had heard of his reputation a long time ago, they never thought he would actually be so powerful, killing demon generals like slaughtering dogs. They walked over in a hurry to thank him. Senior brother, did Master send you to save us? Duoj asked. It's just along the way. I want to go to the 8th floor, so I'll be taking my leave first. Li Qingshan turned around to leave. The 8th floor. Do you know how many demon commanders there are? The monks asked in surprise. We'll know once we take a look. Li Qingshan smiled. Senior brother One Lamp is only undergoing trials on the 7th floor. You're bold enough to attempt the 8th floor. Are you tired of living? Who's Senior brother One Lamp? You haven't even heard of Senior brother One Lamp. He's the strongest disciple of our monastery. He's probably... The monk glanced at Li Qingshan, and his tone became rather uncertain. No matter how great his reputation was, it could not compare to the impact of witnessing it in person. Li Qingshan thought about it. These monks had probably spent quite a lot of time in the demon suppression hall, but they had yet to hear about him and little Anne. Instead, Senior brother One Lamp had undergone the second heavenly tribulation in his 40s. He could be regarded as the cream of the crop among the disciples of the monastery. May I ask how he fares with One Will? Junior brother One Will obviously possesses exceptional talent, but he's still young after all. He's only undergone the first heavenly tribulation and hasn't condensed a Sarira yet. He's nowhere close to Senior brother One Lamp. A monk beside him said, if Junior brother One Will can actually overcome the bottleneck of life and death, undergo the second heavenly tribulation, and condense a Sarira, that'll be impressive. Another monk shook his head. How can condensing a Sarira be that easy? Moreover, Senior brother One Lamp has practiced the scripture of great light arduously for all these years, and he possesses a Buddhist treasure. He's the strongest among the younger generation of disciples. He's renowned throughout the entire Green Province. Even if Junior brother One Will condenses a Sarira, he's not his opponent. Perhaps we'll see that Senior brother One Lamp very soon. Hee, Duoj, lend me one of your prayer beads. Don't be stingy. It's not like I'll take advantage of you. I'll return it to you once I get back. Li Qingshan extended his hand from the prayer beads on Duoj's neck and plucked one of better quality. He placed it into the hilt of the traitorous demon sword, and sure enough, it fused with it. Senior brother, you have to come back. Under Duoj's worried and reluctant calls, Li Qingshan strode away, arriving on the 7th floor of the demon suppression hall. With his posture as a demon commander, it did not take him much effort to reach the center of the 7th floor. He did not see that so-called Senior brother One Lamp along the way, so he did not take it to heart. He pushed open the gilded door. Dazzling light shot out from the crack in the door, colliding with Li Qingshan's protective demon chi. The gilded door opened completely, and a monk sat in front of the demon suppression statue. He was ugly, with a droopy nose, upturned lips, and large ears. Just from his appearance alone, Li Qingshan did not find it strange at all why he had become a monk. However, his eyes shone with crystalline light. He seemed like a roaring fire, so bright that it was enough for people to ignore his appearance. The monk brought his palms together, and an oil lamp rested on his left knee. Compared to the light he gave off, it was just a tiny speck of light. However, the tiny speck of light seemed like the only source of light in the pitch-black night. It contained endless light, making it difficult for people to ignore it. Around the demon suppression statue, demon hearts were scattered on the ground, but there was not a single corpse or bloodstain. Ba, I'll send you to paradise in the west. The monk pushed forward with his hands, and scorching light that could blind a person filled the entire hall. The power it contained was all-encompassing and all-pervasive. Li Qingshan knew where the demon folk corpses had gone, and his competitive spirit was roused. He wanted to see just what this Senior brother One Lamp was capable of. He swung out with the traitorous demon sword that had gained a new eye. Sword chi whistled through the air, and a dark slash split the light and fire into two, directly approaching the One Lamp monk. The One Lamp monk let out a soft gasp of surprise. His opponent's strength had exceeded his expectations slightly. He had only ever seen such sharp and profound sword intent from the most outstanding disciples and elders of the Sword Collection Palace. He extended his index finger and tapped the oil lamp gently. Immediately, a streak of firelight flew out, intercepting Li Qingshan's sword chi and launching a counterattack. Interesting. Li Qingshan smiled. He pointed the traitorous demon sword at the One Lamp and began to swing it gently. as if he had sprouted thousands of arms, each hand gripping a traitorous demon sword. Layers of light constantly piled up, pushing towards the one-lamp monk like a heavy wall. The streak of firelight seemed extremely feeble, as if a gust of wind could blow it out. However, it forcefully passed through the wall of light and was reflected in Li Qingshan's eyes. However, it was already at the end of its tether. It was cut in half by a single strike. The one-lamp monk's surroundings shone brightly, blocking the whistling sword chi. His body swayed, and he stood up. His eyes were no longer just filled with surprise, but also deep fear. This demon commander is startlingly powerful, and the demonic artifact in her hand is impressive too. It'll definitely be a bitter battle this time. May I ask if you're senior brother One Lamp? I am Li Qingshan. The curved visor opened, and Li Qingshan stowed the traitorous demon sword away and bowed. You're Li Qingshan, the unraging master's disciple. What proof do you have? The one-lamp monk was mildly surprised, but he did not lower his guard at all. He had undergone many trials in the demon suppression hall, so he understood the viciousness and craftiness of demon folk extremely well. Many demon folk knew some illusions and arts of charm. Seduction was the most common method. There were also those who disguised themselves as children or old people to win sympathy, or they could express that they had realized their mistakes and were willing to convert to Buddhism. However, as long as they had the opportunity, they would strike valiantly. Many disciples who had come for trials had died to these sneaky tricks. In his memory, Li Qingshan should have been a young man in his 20s or 30s, so how could he possess such great strength? As a result, he was certain that this person was the demon commander in disguise. If you don't believe me, move aside. I want to go to the 8th floor. Li Qingshan strode towards the demon suppression statue. Stop! If you take another step forward, I'm going to strike. The one-lamp monk called out. Suddenly, he tossed the oil lamp in his hand into the air, and it landed right above his head. His monk robes ruffled, and even his skin shone with light. He had become a figure of light. Li Qingshan burst out laughing. With an oil lamp on his shiny, bald head, he seemed like he was one with the lamp. It was hilarious no matter how one looked at it. The one-lamp monk had cultivated for many years, so he obviously would not be fazed by his enemy's mockery. The light around him was withdrawn, becoming even more dazzling. He was ready for battle. All right. This can be used as evidence. Li Qingshan thought about it and took out a string of prayer beads, tossing it to the one-lamp monk. The one-lamp monk caught the prayer beads extremely carefully and checked them. The string of prayer beads was not some powerful arcane artifact or arcane treasure, but it did possess a heritage. All the monks with some status in the monastery recognized it, and it possessed the aura left behind by the unraging monk, so it was impossible to fake. He raised his head. You really are that Li Qingshan who made a mess in the courtyard of secular affairs. The Scarlet Hawk commander of what prefecture? The Clear River Prefecture. I can go over now, right? The one-lamp monk withdrew the light around him and tossed the prayer beads back, basically acknowledging Li Qingshan's identity. Then he asked in some disbelief, Junior brother, you've already undergone the second heavenly tribulation? Yeah, not too long ago. Junior brother, you're not even 30 yet, right? I'm almost there. The one-lamp monk clicked his tongue in wonder. Junior brother truly is a prodigy. You've caught the unraging monk's eye and been accepted as his first disciple. Have you returned this time to visit the unraging monk and prepare to shave your head and become a monk? I don't plan on that right now. The two of them conversed a little in front of the demon suppression statue. Li Qingshan only found the one-lamp monk to be rather slow and inarticulate, so he lectured him bluntly, persuading him to renounce the secular world and shave his head and become a monk. After being turned down by Li Qingshan, he sighed and shook his head as if he was exasperated at his failure to live up to his expectations. Li Qingshan chuckled. He was not angered. After all, the one-lamp monk did not possess the arrogance of the first senior brothers he had seen in the past. Moreover, when he persuaded him to become a monk, his intentions were even purer than the dauntless monks. His face was like, "Why can't you understand something so great? I've been a monk for several decades, so why would I lie to you?" After learning that little and had already undergone the second heavenly tribulation, the one-lamp monk's eyes flashed, and his heart stirred slightly. After little and formally joined the Chan monastery of Devanaga, every single disciple felt pressured, and the pressure he felt was particularly great. He had no parents, growing up in the monastery. With his extraordinary cultivation talent, he received the attention and care of everyone. He was one of the abbot's successors. However, as soon as little and arrived, he took away quite a lot of his glory. Whether it was his Buddhist nature, root of wisdom, or his ability to debate, he was nowhere close to this child who was several decades younger than him, let alone his bearing and appearance. Originally, he possessed an advantage in terms of cultivation, but now that his only advantage no longer existed, he could not help but feel a little lost. However, he immediately roused his fighting spirit. "Please wait here, senior brother. I'll be right back." "Hold on, junior brother. The 8th floor of the Demon Suppression Hall is extremely dangerous. There are many powerful, cunning demon commanders. The Unraging Master once told me that you definitely can't go to the 8th floor. I'd advise you to stop here." Right when Li Qingshan was about to head to the 8th floor, he was stopped by the one-lamp monk, who tried his best to persuade him. "I've entered the Demon Suppression Hall this time to go to the 8th floor and learn the 8th layer of the Demon Suppression Statuary. My master has agreed to it too." The one-lamp monk became rather hesitant inside. "The Unraging Master won't let me go to the 8th floor, but he does. Does he think I'm weaker than him? But he's only undergone the second heavenly tribulation recently. Isn't he underestimating me a little too much?" He thought of a possibility. "Junior brother, are you going to disguise yourself as a demon commander and make your way to the demon suppression statue?" "Of course not. I'm obviously going to kill my way over. That's the only way to demonstrate the might of our Chan monastery of Devanaga." Li Qingshan flicked the traitorous demon sword with a smile. He had never worried about fighting too much. In order to practice the tiger demon transformation, he had to seize every opportunity in battle. "If that's the case, I'll go with you. We'll have a better chance if we work together." The one-lamp monk was in high spirits. Chapter 758. Li Qingshan studied the one-lamp monk in a strange manner. Originally, he did not feel any sense of danger, but as soon as he said he wanted to go with him, he felt such a strong sense of danger. Did this monk seem honest and kind, but he was actually harboring malicious intentions? As a result, he tried to persuade him, "Senior brother One Lamp, since my master told you not to enter the 8th floor, he must have his reasons. You better stay here and continue cultivating. It's fine if you're alone, but do you think it'll be dangerous if I'm included? If there's no danger at all, how can you call falling out of love?" The one-lamp monk disagreed. He was certain the unraging monk was biased towards his disciple, but he just refused to accept it, wanting to go down and compete. These words sound a little familiar. "If you don't secretly try to trip me up, you'll obviously be quite the assistance." Li Qingshan curled his lip and thought. With how insistent the one-lamp monk was, he was unable to persuade him otherwise. He would just have to adapt to the situation when the time came. Just like how it was said that those who were not bald could not be venomous, those who were not venomous could not be bald. He really did have to be careful, just in case he ended up getting stabbed. As a result, the two of them worked together and ventured into the 8th floor of the Demon Suppression Hall. On Great Buddha Mountain, the dauntless monk stood on the edge of a cliff, overlooking the thousands of believers and the distant mountains below. His kasaya drifted in the wind as if it was about to drift away with the wind. "Senior brother." The unraging monk bowed towards the dauntless monk's back, while Little and brought his palms together. "What do you want to say, the dauntless monk asked without even looking back. The unraging monk told him what Li Qingshan had said, and sure enough, the dauntless monk became furious. Hack people. What does he take this place for? If we really want to hack, purge demons, do we even need him? Don't tell me you and I are just there for show. There will be a day when we return. The unraging monk smiled. That kid isn't a Buddhist and acts recklessly, but he's a person who knows how to repay kindness and is faithful to his word. There's no need to say anything more about this. Since he finds my monastery to be too small, I won't force him either. I'll let him go to the ends of the world, but one will never follow him, just in case it ruins her path of cultivation. Then the dauntless monk said to little Anne, I won't look into you leaving the Bodhi realm of emptiness this time. You can go back and cultivate by yourself. This disciple is willing to spread Buddhism in the South Sea. Little Anne said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Didn't you hear what I said just now? The dauntless monk frowned. How could I not understand Abbot's good intentions? However, how could the path of cultivation be arranged by others? Abbot, don't look down on me just because I'm young, little Anne said. What if I insist on keeping you in the Chan monastery of Devanaga? The dauntless monk turned around and stared at her. Once a disciple of the Chan monastery of Devanaga, you'll always be a disciple of the Chan monastery of Devanaga. If you break the precepts of the monastery, I'm willing to accept all punishment. If not, Abbot, please give me freedom and let me find my own path of cultivation. Little Anne stared back without flinching. So this is the 8th floor of the Demon Suppression Hall. It sure is large. Li Qingshan whistled. The 8th floor of the Demon Suppression Hall was no longer a labyrinth. There were only golden pillars that stood several dozen meters tall that extended into the distance. As far as the eye could see, it was impossible to see the end. The endless pillars were not the only thing that could not be seen. There was also the surging sea of people, no, demons. Countless demon folk of various shapes and sizes lived in this vast space, roaring and making a ruckus. With their sudden arrival, it immediately fell silent. Countless flickering eyes gazed over, filled with anger, hostility, malice, and killing intent. They were like silent, invisible waves that surged over one after another. Even with the one-lamp monk's mental fortitude and cultivation, he could not help but shiver inside. He groaned inside. He never thought the terrain of the 8th floor of the Demon Suppression Hall would actually be like this. Didn't that mean there was no room for negotiation at all? As soon as he emerged, he would have to endure the attacks of thousands of demon folk. He heard Li Qingshan sigh from the bottom of his heart. What a nice place. The one-lamp monk widened his eyes. A nice place. Where? Even if this junior brother of his is a prodigy, isn't he a little too arrogant? Within his senses, there are already over 13 demon commanders. Who knows how many more are hidden in the depths of the Demon Suppression Hall? This is clearly a place of danger. I'm Li Qingshan. I've come to kill you. Li Qingshan called out loudly. His voice pierced through the sea of demons and reached the depths of the hall, echoing between the pillars. Like a stone that kicked up 1,000 ripples, the demon folk were thrown into an uproar. The sea of demons surged. Over a dozen demon commanders pressed over, and even further away, powerful waves of demon chi approached them as well. I'll kill all of you and give her a nice gift for our first meeting. Li Qingshan said softly before turning around and smiling. Senior brother, just protect yourself. Kill them. Kill the bald donkeys of the Chan monastery of Devanaga. I want to rip off their flesh piece by piece and eat them. The voices were tremendous, and the waves turned into a raging tide. Li Qingshan casually swung the traitorous demon sword backwards, and several dozen demon folk were ripped to shreds by the sword chi. Blood sprayed everywhere, blooming in that instant. The edge of the sword drew an arc, pointing straight ahead. The fingers of his left hand formed a sword, pointing at the countless demon folk. He gripped the hilt firmly with his right hand, pulling it back and tightening it. He stabbed out. In that moment, Li Qingshan vanished from where he was, appearing several hundred meters away. The edge of the sword pierced the head of a demon commander. A magnificent streak of light followed closely behind him, lingering in his field of vision for a very long time. It was impossible to tell whether it was the person or the sword that came first. Wherever the streak of light passed by, blood blossomed along the way. Dismembered corpses formed a path several hundred meters wide. The deafening battle cries came to a momentary halt. The first one. Li Qingshan drew back the traitorous demon sword. Violet blood flowed from the wound, but compared to the demon commander's colossal body, it was nothing at all. Demon commanders with their powerful bodies could still recover even if they were injured 10 times more horrifying. The demon commander let out a furious roar as if she wanted to lunge at Li Qingshan, but she leaned backwards and collapsed loudly. She did not even manage to demonify in time. She died with her eyes wide open. On the hilt of the traitorous demon sword, the demon eye swiveled around as if it was observing the surroundings. The long, narrow edge was enveloped in layers of evil light. Even the one-lamp monk was dumbfounded. A demon commander had been killed just like that. Although it was the weakest demon commander among the dozen or so, and he could still defeat it, it definitely would not have been so easy. Li Qingshan bent his waist slightly and leaned forward. He held the traitorous demon sword horizontally across his waist and struck out. An extremely sharp, circular streak of light flashed past with him at the center. By the time Li Qingshan straightened himself out, there was not a single living creature within a radius of over 30 meters. In an instant, he had begun a massacre, and the stench of blood permeated the air. If one were to look at it from above, it would seem as if a huge paintbrush was first drawing a straight line on the ground before drawing a perfect circle. Demonify. Instantly, the dozen or so demon commanders in his field of vision demonified at almost the same time. They became giants with 3 heads and 6 arms, monsters covered in barbs, or seductive demonesses, but none of them took the initiative to attack. All of them adopted a defensive stance. Chapter 759. Li Qingshan turned around and swung his sword at the space there. Clang! Metal clanged and sparks flew. A completely transparent figure appeared. It was an assassin-type demon commander. He never expected Li Qingshan's senses to be so sharp, discovering him as soon as he struck. Missing, he immediately fled into the distance. Chains of demon suppression. Li Qingshan bellowed out coldly, and the chains of demon suppression shot out, pursuing him relentlessly like a parasite. No matter how the demon commander assassin dodged and moved, the clattering grew closer and closer. He could not help but be frightened out of his wits. A gigantic pitch-black shield descended from the sky, cutting off the demon suppression chain's pursuit. A ferocious-looking demon commander, who resembled a statue in a mountain god's temple, stood there like a fortress with its muscular body clad in heavy armor. It bellowed, "The demon commander is the demon commander. What are you waiting for? If we don't kill them, none of us will be able to rest in peace. Do you really want him to defeat us one by one? No matter how much grievance we have between us, can it compare to our hatred towards the Chan monastery of Devanaga?" The demon commander seemed to possess very great prestige among the demon folk, so the demons immediately responded to him. But in the next moment, Li Qingshan cleaved through the waves and arrived before the shield wall, locking gazes with him. Die! The demon commander swung the huge, pitch-black shield in her hand. The ghost face on it suddenly sprang to life, wailing like a sharp awl, piercing the soul. Li Qingshan was unfazed. He swung his sword diagonally and cut through the huge, pitch-black shield. The demon heart on the hilt immediately shrank by a size. Right when he was about to take another step forward, he suddenly sensed killing intent from behind. The assassin demon commander had grasped the opportunity and struck again. If they work together and save each other, it really will be rather troublesome. They're still demon commanders after all. That's what Li Qingshan thought. He bellowed out, "Demon suppression." The demon suppression tower descended from above. With a rumble, it suppressed Li Qingshan and the two demon commanders together. At this moment, the demons responded. They all demonified and attacked the demon suppression tower furiously. Blades and axes swung, fire burned, and lightning struck. Even though the demon-suppressing pagoda was extremely sturdy, it was riddled with scars and was on the verge of collapse. There were just far too many demon folk, and there were so many demon commanders and demon generals mixed in with them too. The quantity was enough to cause a qualitative change. Boom! The demon suppression pagoda shattered into pieces, and Li Qingshan walked out from within, one large and one small head in his hands. The third one. Good kill. The one lamp monk cheered loudly. He had already felt some despair, but Li Qingshan had slain 3 demon commanders consecutively, giving him a great boost in confidence and a will to refuse to admit defeat. Junior brother is so brave. Could it be that Master Buru will let him enter the 8th floor of the demon suppression hall? Could it be that I am inferior to him? He soared into the air and activated the great light scripture. A dazzling platinum light erupted from his body. Buddha light illumination. Under the illumination of the light, the group of demons let out miserable cries as black smoke rose from their bodies. The demon generals could still put up a fight, but countless demon folk were illuminated by the light. Like snow melting under the scorching sun, they were completely incinerated before long. Not even their demon hearts remained. The attack seemed to be even more powerful than Li Qingshan's, but most of the people it killed were regular demon folk. The demon generals were injured, but they survived tenaciously. The demon commanders were completely unscathed. That's not a bad way to clear out the battlefield. Go ahead and kill the regular demon folk, senior brother. Leave these demon commanders and demon generals to me. As Li Qingshan said that, he approached a demon commander with 3 heads and 6 arms in a flash. Each of his 6 arms wielded a weapon of various shapes and lengths, swinging it at Li Qingshan randomly. It seemed chaotic, but they actually worked together with great teamwork, weaving into a seamless, metallic net. Their battle skills were basically on par with Azura's. Clang! 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 In that moment, who knew how many times the edge of the sword clashed with the 6 weapons? The shockwaves were like the most violent of storms, reaching several hundred meters away. Even the demon generals were unable to approach them, while the demon folk were torn to pieces and killed. The demonic eye on the hilt swiveled, its pupils enlarging and contracting at times. It wanted to grasp a fleeting opening. Spear of great radiance. The one lamp monk's voice was neither joyful nor sorrowful. It was filled with a grand aura. The light around him receded, condensing into a resplendent ball of light the size of a fist before him. A streak of light shot out. However, how could the other demon commanders just watch as he assisted Li Qingshan and killed another demon commander? The air twisted, and the pencil-straight streak of light curved, making its way around the demon commander. In the distance, a one-armed demon commander extended his long, withered arm and reached forward with his 12-fingered hand. The one lamp monk shivered inside. All he saw was Li Qingshan suddenly lose his balance. The demon commander's 6 weapons all landed on him. A few demon commanders approached him. Seeing how his life was in danger, they channeled the scripture of great radiance heavily in an attempt to save him. At this moment, a charming demoness appeared before him. She smiled charmingly. "Little master, have you tasted the pure land of ultimate bliss? Do you want me to take you there? The pure land of ultimate bliss is a pure, Buddhist kingdom. How dare a demon folk speak such nonsense?" The one lamp monk scolded, but as soon as he said that, he knew the situation was bad. Smoke rose up in the surroundings. Suddenly, he was no longer in the demon suppression hall. Various illusions appeared. First, many beauties danced in the surroundings. Their movements were enchanting, obscuring their figures under the thin veil as their vermilion lips sang obscene songs. The one-lamp monk brought his palms together and remained unfazed. Then, the beauties flew over one by one, murmuring into his ear and gently caressing his body. He continued to look straight ahead. Suddenly, the beauties all turned into venomous insects and vicious beasts, biting and devouring his body. The pain was unbearable and the itch was unbearable, but he remained as firm as a rock, chanting Buddhist scriptures softly. The illusions constantly changed. Threats, seductions, and insults failed to make the monk who had grown up in the Chan monastery of Devanaga waver at all. He closed his eyes slightly and chanted the scriptures. As long as the lamp of his heart remained burning, a ray of light would never be extinguished. Even infinite darkness could not encroach upon it. What great mental fortitude this monk has! If a little longer, I'll be the one who can't hold on for much longer. Though, I've managed to keep him busy for a while. He should be able to kill that traitor by now, right? The demoness was surprised, but she did not panic. She looked back. Her objective was to keep the one-lamp monk busy, preventing him from working together with Li Qingshan. The other demon commanders could use this opportunity to swarm over and kill Li Qingshan before turning around to deal with the one-lamp monk. However, as soon as she looked back, her expression changed drastically. 3 of the demon generals' heads were blasted high into the air by blood. It had only been the blink of an eye, yet another one had died. Just a moment ago, Li Qingshan had been locked in an intense battle against the 3-headed, 6-armed demon commander. Although the one-lamp monk's spear of great radiance had been deflected, the 3-headed, 6-armed demon commander's attention had been distracted. Li Qingshan had finally grasped an opening, and he was just about to swing down. An invisible force tugged at his right foot, shifting his center of gravity and making him lose his balance. He was immediately left wide open, and 6 weapons landed on him. In the air, Li Qingshan did not panic at all. With a flip of his wrist, the figure of a dragon coiled up and flew out, coiling around the demon commander's neck. The demon dragon's sword was unleashed, displaying its sharpness. Boom! A demon commander 30 meters tall with the head of a pig and the body of a human, with spikes all over like a porcupine, wielded a huge hammer upside down and smashed Li Qingshan into the ground viciously. The ground shook as if there was an earthquake. Is he dead? Nonsense, if I don't smash him into meat paste, who can live? As the pig-headed demon commander spoke, the huge hammer in his hand shook violently. Under the hammer, Li Qingshan held the sword in his right hand and raised his left hand to block the hammer. He licked his lips. Grandpa isn't dead yet. With a push, the huge hammer flew back and smashed into the pig-headed demon commander's face. Blood splattered everywhere, and one of his long fangs was broken. In an instant, sword chi and dragon shadows danced wildly. Li Qingshan used the demon suppression statuary. Although it could not directly suppress and kill the demon commanders, it could still affect them and suppress their strength. The demon commander's attacks were weakened, and with the protection of the armor, it was difficult to deal fatal damage to him. He simply attacked and did not defend, killing until the sky darkened and blood flowed like a river. Suddenly, there was a bright light in the distance. Li Qingshan glanced over. Did one lamp also successfully escape? The ancient oil lamp in the one-lamp monk's hand suddenly shone brightly. A streak of firelight flew out, wrapping around the demoness who had used the illusions and enchantments. Like dry firewood, the demoness burst into flames. She was reduced to ashes amidst screams and curses. Spear of great radiance. The one-lamp monk raised his hands high into the air. The ball of light that was originally only the size of a fist suddenly swelled, becoming the size of a head. Spears of light shot out in all directions, piercing countless demon folk and demon generals and forcing a few demon commanders to dodge in a sorry state. Li Qingshan nodded to himself. The one-lamp monk truly did live up to his title as the strongest disciple. He was extremely powerful, far more powerful than many of the golden core cultivators he had seen in his life. A demon commander covered in tentacles charged towards the one-lamp monk. Several hundred tentacles shot out like javelins, all filled with venom. As long as they scratched his skin, his life would be in danger. Wheel of Great Radiance. The one-lamp monk brought his palms together and placed the oil lamp on his head, ramming his head into the demon commander. The oil lamp produced rings of light. The tentacles shattered before they could even approach. The tentacle demon commander was smashed to pieces. Li Qingshan laughed aloud. This move was powerful enough, but it was just too funny. The two of them worked together, and after 2 hours of intense battle, they killed almost 20 demon commanders. Finally, they swept through all the demon folk in the area. Even with the one-lamp monk's purifying light, the hall was still littered with severed limbs. Blood flowed everywhere, enough to drown their ankles. Li Qingshan sat on the corpse of a demon commander. His armor was riddled with wounds. If it were not for the suppression of demon suppression, it probably would have shattered already. He fiddled around with a few translucent demon hearts in his hand. As for the other demon hearts, they had all become food for the traitorous demon sword, which only demonstrated the brutality of the battle. After absorbing the power of so many demon commanders' demon hearts, the traitorous demon sword had clearly grown by quite a lot. Although it was still a certain distance away from an arcane treasure, as long as it continued to grow, there would be a day when it did. By then, it would work with the demon dragon sword, and he could directly kill his enemies with one in his hand. The other turned into a dragon and danced around him. It could be used from afar or close, both offensively and defensively. Its power would definitely be extremely impressive. The one-lamp monk hovered in the air, resting with his eyes closed. His body flickered with light as he slowly recovered his strength. Rest well, senior brother. I'll go check out the demon suppression statue first. Li Qingshan made his way towards the demon suppression statue. For some reason, his sense of danger had become even stronger. Chapter 760. Li Qingshan arrived before the 8th demon suppression statue, and a violent aura flooded his face. The demon folk who had been humanoid in the beginning had completely become a supreme demon, but his eyes were filled with benevolence and peace, contradictory yet harmonious. Li Qingshan took a step forward, and a will emerged from the demon suppression statue, rushing straight into his head. I'm the one who loves to fight and kill. I'm the one who indulges in sensual pleasures. I'm the one who upholds justice. Wherever my heart goes, I do whatever I want. Why do I have to be so clear-cut? Who cares if it's Buddha or demon? What am I suppressing? Thinking up to there, demon chi erupted from his body. Red and blue intersected, churning like light and mist. It was already quite different from the will the demon suppression statue had given off. There was no conflict between sinking into the demonic path or converting to the Buddha. I am me. The one-lamp monk gazed at Li Qingshan's tall figure. His gaze was rather mixed, as if he felt some admiration, but also like he refused to admit defeat. His fighting spirit burned brighter and brighter as he made his way towards him step by step. Li Qingshan was currently submerged in his comprehension of the 8th layer of the demon suppression statuary. He did not move at all, as if he had not sensed the one-lamp monk's approach at all. The one-lamp monk arrived before Li Qingshan and extended his hand, raising his hands. Li Qingshan closed his eyes and said quietly, "Come. If you really have any ill intentions, I'll show you what I'm capable of today." However, the one-lamp monk only brought his palms together and chanted softly, "Amitabha." Li Qingshan imprinted the 8th layer of the demon suppression statuary deeply into his head. His comprehension of this profound cultivation method deepened once again. He looked back and asked, "Is there anything else, senior brother?" "I want to thank you, junior brother. If it weren't for junior brother Li, I would have died for sure if I had barged into the 8th floor. I also want to apologize to the unraging master. The master told me not to enter the 8th floor, but he sent you, junior brother. I actually suspected that the master was biased and underestimated me. What a sin, what a sin. The one-lamp monk said sincerely. You're too kind, senior brother. On the contrary, I should be the one thanking senior brother for lending me a hand. Li Qingshan had a good impression of one lamp when he saw that the monk had admitted his dissatisfaction without apologizing for what he had thought. He felt that this monk was not a bad person and had an extraordinary temperament. But this was even stranger. Where did the sense of crisis come from? Junior brother's strength is far above mine. I'm just relying on a Buddhist treasure to show off. Even without me, junior brother can still come and go as he pleases. The one-lamp monk spoke extremely modestly, which instead made Li Qingshan feel rather embarrassed. Senior brother is too serious. Let's prepare to go up. When we get out of the hall, I'll treat you to a cup of tea. Oh, of course it's tea. One lamp, however, shook his head and looked down at the bottom of the statue. Junior brother, you'll have to go first. I still want to go down. What? You're going to the 9th floor of the Demon Suppression Hall. Li Qingshan was astounded. That was something the unraging monk had warned him about, and even if the unraging monk had not mentioned it, he would not have taken the risk. That's right. The one-lamp monk nodded. Senior brother, you mustn't do that. The 8th floor is already so dangerous, so how can you go to the 9th floor? Li Qingshan tried to dissuade him. If I don't go through even more dangerous training, how can I become stronger? As the saying goes, if I don't go to hell, who will? As a Buddhist disciple, I should overcome all obstacles with a fearless spirit. The one-lamp monk's expression was firm. He actually seemed like he had steeled his heart. His fighting spirit was so high that it was almost fanatical. That's true, but, Li Qingshan frowned heavily. No matter how fearless he was not rushing to his death. There would always be an undefeatable opponent in life. When it was time to flee, it was time to flee. When it was time to cower, it was time to cower. There was nothing embarrassing about that. Conserving strength and preparing for another battle was the right path. Hitting a rock with an egg was not courage. That was just being stupid. There's no need to try and persuade me anymore, junior brother. I've already made up my mind. I'll be going first. The one-lamp monk made his way towards the 9th floor of the Demon Suppression Hall with a hint of complacency, as if he had used this to prove that he was braver than Li Qingshan. You're powerful, but you don't have my determination and willpower. Buddhist disciples and secular disciples are different after all. Hold on. Li Qingshan had no idea how to react to this rather childish competition. He stood in front of the one-lamp monk and blocked his path. Junior brother, do you want to come with me? I'd have to be crazy to go with you. Li Qingshan swore inside. He tried to persuade him gently, senior brother, you better reconsider. If someone else wanted to die no matter what, he could not be bothered with them. However, the one-lamp monk was not a bad person. He had basically helped him earlier, so he could not just watch this disciple that the Chan monastery of Devanaga had placed great hopes on walk down the path of death. Otherwise, even the unraging monk would probably think he was in the wrong once he returned. Move! The one-lamp monk shot a glance at him, and he shone brightly. He was dignified and glorious. Li Qingshan felt like something was amiss more and more. Something must have happened. Returning to a moment ago, the one-lamp monk was trapped in layers of illusions, unfazed. He was just about to break free from the illusions when all of a sudden, his various discomforts all vanished. He no longer wavered from temptation, nor did he feel fear from threats. His body and mind relaxed and delighted. He thought happily, looks like I've broken through again. My arduous cultivation in the Demon Suppression Hall hasn't gone to waste. The various illusions in the surroundings all vanished, and he discovered he was sitting under the Bodhi tree. In the past, the Buddha Tathagata had also undergone various tests under the Bodhi tree before finally becoming a Buddha. Before he could think too much, flowers fell from the sky and golden lotuses sprang up from the ground, extending into the distance from under the Bodhi tree. Within the melodious chime of a bell, light illuminated everything, and a Buddhist kingdom appeared. An ancient, golden Buddha appeared on the horizon, faintly discernible. Where is this? A hint of intoxication appeared in the one-lamp monk's eyes as he asked subconsciously. This is the Western paradise. The ancient Buddha's voice was magnificent, ringing through the entire world. The Western paradise. The one-lamp monk's heart was filled with endless yearning. He had grown up in the Chan monastery of Devanaga, being nurtured by the Buddhist Dharma day and night. Money, beauties, venomous insects, and vicious beasts were unable to make him waver, but the pursuit of the Buddhist Dharma was his lifelong dream. At this moment, the demoness had already lost control over the illusions. The one-lamp monk made his way forward, heading towards the Western paradise in his heart. But in that moment, the Buddhist kingdom also retreated. He sprinted forward as hard as he could, but the Buddhist kingdom constantly retreated too. It was so close, yet it actually seemed so far away. He was unable to take a single step closer. He asked in disappointment and dissatisfaction, "What's going on?" The ancient Buddha said, "You're so weak, so how can you have the right to set foot in my Western paradise?" "I'm weak." "Yes. You need to become even more powerful than Li Qingshan, and one will. Only then will you have the right to become the abbot of the Chan monastery of Devanaga in the future, and only then can you set foot in the Western paradise." The illusions vanished, but the voice continued to echo through his ears until now. Li Qingshan said, "Senior brother One Lamp, I won't stop you if you want to go to the 9th floor, but let's wait until my master returns first." Chapter 761. Faced with the furious one-lamp monk, Li Qingshan swiveled his eyes and made up his mind. He turned around and raised his hand. "Since first senior brother insists on this, then I hope first senior brother achieves enlightenment soon and reaches the Western paradise of pure land of paradise." "That's more like it. Junior brother, you might be powerful, but you can't do whatever you want. You need to learn to respect others. I'm still your senior brother after all." The one-lamp monk calmed down. He lectured Li Qingshan a little more before making his way to the 9th floor of the Demon Suppression Hall. "Senior brother is right." Li Qingshan smiled. The Demon Suppression Tower descended from above, crushing down on the one-lamp monk. "You dash!" the one-lamp monk cried out in surprise and fury. He shone brightly, but he was already a step too late. With a great rumble, he cut off what he was about to say next. "But I'm used to being free." Li Qingshan laid out his hands at the Demon Suppression Tower. Bang! The Demon Suppression Tower shook violently. The one-lamp monk roared, "Li Qingshan, how dare you attack a fellow disciple? Let me out!" Li Qingshan extended a finger, and chains of demon suppression shot over, locking down the tower firmly. However, he was rather stern. Such a powerful demonic nature doesn't seem like something a Buddhist disciple should possess. "Senior brother One Lamp, I think you should properly reflect on yourself in there." The power of the Demon Suppression Tower did not only stem from Li Qingshan's cultivation, but it was also directly related to the strength of the opponent's demonic nature. The Demon Suppression Tower was relatively huge. Sure enough, someone must have taken advantage of the one-lamp monk's weakness in the battle just now. Who was it? Regular demon commanders probably did not possess something like that, and all the demon commanders on this floor had already been slain. Coupled with the fact that he was determined to go to the 9th floor, Li Qingshan could not help but look down. He already had a rough idea, which made him even more cautious. Back when he was still on the 7th floor, a voice had almost confused him again. It was all thanks to the spirit turtle suppressing his mind and the unraging monk's timely arrival. Now that they were on the 8th floor, the power that the voice could exert was probably even stronger. At this moment, the demon's subduing pagoda faintly lit up, and it was getting brighter and brighter. Not good. Li Qingshan retreated. The demon's suppressing pagoda shattered. One lamp held the lamp in his hand. A halo appeared behind his head, making him look like an enlightened monk. However, his face was filled with rage as he glared at Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan shook his head helplessly. He didn't say any nonsense. If only a few words could wake him up. Then it wouldn't be an inner demon. If it was someone who had a very close relationship with the lamp monk, it might be possible, but they had only known each other for a few hours. On top of that, he had even become the target of Reverend One Lamp's competition. Saying anything would just be a waste of breath. One Lamp glared at Li Qingshan, then turned around and walked to the 9th floor of the Demon Suppression Hall. Coward! Li Qingshan said. One Lamp stopped in his tracks. Trash! Li Qingshan stood with his arms crossed and continued. One Lamp turned around abruptly. What did you say? I said you're no match for me. You're running away because you're afraid of me. You're a coward. Li Qingshan said with a smile. One Lamp had an artifact in hand, and his cultivation was extremely strong. If he wanted to stop him from reaching the 9th floor, he would have to use the power of a demonic cultivator. In comparison, it was easier to humiliate him. If it was the normal One Lamp monk, cursing him wouldn't even make him frown. But now that his mind was in a mess, he was especially sensitive. Spear of Great Light. The One Lamp monk let out a furious roar. The platinum light turned into spears and shot towards Li Qingshan with lightning speed. If I can use Watermirror's image, I'll definitely show you what it means to pay someone back in their own coin. Li Qingshan swung the traitorous demon sword. Light wove into a net, cutting and shredding the streaks of light. However, the light around the One Lamp monk grew brighter and brighter. There were more and more spears of great light, denser and denser, raining down like a storm. Li Qingshan's swordsmanship was powerful, but he was gradually unable to hold on. His sword missed, and the spear of great light pierced through his body. In that moment, he was struck by countless streaks of light and sent flying. Behind the curved visor, Li Qingshan remained calm. Sure enough, enemies who have lost their cool are easier to deal with. You've only just recovered, so how long can you last with such a frenzied attack? Even without the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine, just his body as a demon commander was enough to endure these attacks. The only thing that could affect him was that Buddhist treasure. As long as he waited for the One Lamp monk to run out of strength, he could subdue him with a single counterattack. Afterwards, he could immediately take him to the upper floors of the Demon Suppression Hall and wait for the unraging monk to return. Just as Li Qingshan was planning inside, a powerful and brutal will barged into his mind. A voice roared out, "Die!" It was like a clap of thunder had exploded in his head. Li Qingshan felt dizzy, basically unable to control his body. A battle between experts only lasted for a split second. Even though the One Lamp monk was under the control of his inner demons, he would never let such an opportunity slip by. He chanted the name of Buddha. Wheel of Great Light. A ring of light appeared above the One Lamp monk's head, slamming heavily into Li Qingshan's chest. His armor immediately shattered and scattered. What a hilarious move, but it's not so funny when it's used on me. Hold on, don't tell me this move is the famed rocket headbutt? Li Qingshan was sent flying. He stabbed the traitorous demon sword into the ground, and only then did he come to a halt. He lowered his head and smiled viciously. Don't panic, you bastard. I'll cut you to pieces sooner or later. It seemed like he was cursing him, but it was not all that different. Spirit turtle suppresses the seas. Li Qingshan recovered control over his body. The light before him was blinding. The One Lamp monk charged over viciously as a streak of light. Are you done yet? Demon Suppression Tower. Li Qingshan powered his demon heart, and a colossal demon suppression tower enveloped him. With a boom, the demon suppression tower shook, and the one-lamp monk was sent flying back. The ring of light was forcefully shattered, and blood flowed from his bald head. Li Qingshan sniggered. With how powerful his demonic nature was, if he used the demon suppression tower to defend himself, it really did seem rather indestructible. The one-lamp monk became even more furious. He shook his head, wanting to continue fighting. Suddenly, the ancient Buddha's voice rang out in his head again, urging him to go to the 9th floor of the demon suppression hall. Perhaps the collision had taken effect, but he also began to feel that something was amiss. He looked at the demon suppression tower before him before looking back at the demon suppression statue behind him. For a moment, he became hesitant. Below the demon suppression statue, the door to the 9th floor suddenly opened. A great suction force appeared from the pitch-black hole. Fierce winds whistled, sweeping up the one-lamp monk and sending him flying through the door. He was at a loss. He did not know how to resist. He rammed into the door, about to fall into the 9th floor. His body suddenly came to a halt. One of the chains of demon suppression wrapped around the one-lamp monk's legs, while the other end of the chains of demon suppression wrapped around Li Qingshan's hand. He smiled. "Bastard! Don't you dare get away with this!" The voice bellowed furiously. "If you don't let go, I'll just rip him in half." If it were anyone else, they might have hesitated, afraid to pull harder. However, what was Li Qingshan's personality? He switched from one hand to two, pulling backwards like a tug-of-war. "Come on. Who's afraid of who? I'll fight you to the death." He silently crushed the string of prayer beads the unraging monk had given him. He really did not expect the situation to develop like this. Fortunately, he had the spirit turtle's warning, which kept him on guard the entire time. If he was accidentally pulled into the 9th floor, his life would probably be in danger. The guy trapped on the 9th floor was anything but ordinary. With a rip, the one-lamp monk's robes ripped open from his waist. Afterwards, the skin around his waist began to crack too. Blood gushed out like a fountain, swept into the door by the fierce winds. "Sorry, Senior Brother One Lamp, but as a Buddhist disciple, if I don't enter hell, who will? Even if I die, I can't end up in the hands of the demonic cultivators. Don't you agree with that?" Li Qingshan sighed, but he did not loosen his grip at all. If the one-lamp monk fell onto the 9th floor, he would have no chance of surviving either. It was even possible for him to be used as a bargaining chip against the Chan monastery of Devanaga. He was better off taking a gamble and hoping the unraging monk could come to his aid in time. However, as it seemed, he had to think about how he was supposed to explain things to the unraging monk if he did not make it in time. "Master, I've saved half of Senior Brother One Lamp. There's no need to thank me." At this moment, the chains of demon suppression suddenly loosened. Oh no, something's happened. On Great Buddha Mountain, the unraging monk and the dauntless monk conversed. Suddenly, their hearts skipped a beat, and their faces changed drastically. They hurried off to the back of the mountain, arriving on the 8th floor of the demon suppression hall. "Qingshan, what's going on? Why is the lamp in your hands?" Li Qingshan sat in a corner of the hall, fiddling around with the one-lamp monk's lamp. The speck of light had already been extinguished. Before him was a demon suppression tower. "Master, you've finally returned. I've saved Senior Brother One Lamp. It's a whole one." Li Qingshan placed special emphasis on this. With a wave of his hand, he removed the demon suppression tower. The one-lamp monk lay in there, unconscious. He did not seem to be injured at all, except his waist had been stretched out in a particularly slender manner. In the final moment, the lamp on the one-lamp monk suddenly erupted with light. Li Qingshan felt the force on the other side of the door loosen, so he conveniently pulled the one-lamp monk back. When he looked at the lamp again, it had already run out of oil. Who knew whether the one-lamp monk had been roused by the pain, or whether the Buddhist treasure was sentient and automatically protected its master? What's happened? At this moment, the dauntless monk and little and rushed over too. Li Qingshan told them everything that had happened and sighed. If it weren't for me, the Chan monastery of Devanaga would have lost a genius disciple and an arcane treasure. If the abbot still doesn't release him, that would be far too unkind of you. Little and said, Qingshan, the abbot has already agreed. I'll go to the South Sea Commandery with you. That's fantastic. Li Qingshan was overjoyed. He smiled. The abbot is truly understanding. Even us junior disciples find it inspiring. The dauntless monk shot a glance at him. With a wave of his hand, a swath of golden light scattered down. The one-lamp monk slowly roused. His eyes were still rather blank. The unraging monk suddenly slapped his head. A firm warning. The one-lamp monk shuddered all over, and his eyes cleared up. He looked around and recalled everything that had happened, feeling both ashamed and ashamed. He was tempted to smash his head into a pillar and die. He bowed deeply on the ground. Abbot. Junior brother, it's all because my will wasn't firm enough, which was why the demons took advantage of me. Please punish me, Abbot. The unraging monk said, there's no need for you to blame yourself too much. What's suppressed down there is the soaring locust king, one of the 72 demon kings of the past. His cultivation far surpasses yours. Even I'm not his opponent. You've been cultivating in the Chan monastery of Devanaga since you were young, so your mind is pure. This is both your advantage and your weakness. Just like how the bright are easily tainted, my disciple has always been a rock in a latrine pit, smelly and tough, which is why I have no worries. I never thought it would make you develop a competitive spirit. Chapter 762. You're too kind, Master. Li Qingshan laughed aloud. He did not take it to heart. I'm nowhere near as talented as Junior Qingshan. I'm unable to repay you for saving my life, so please accept a bow from one lamp. The one-lamp monk bowed deeply towards Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan accepted it calmly and smiled. As long as you don't blame me for almost pulling you apart. If I end up in the hands of demons, I'll definitely be in utter misery. Even if I end up dying unfortunately, I still have to thank Junior brother for helping me. The dauntless monk felt pity again. According to the unraging monk, Li Qingshan had undergone the second heavenly tribulation a few years ago. With his talent and willpower, he was a once-in-a-century genius, definitely not below one will. If he could become a formal disciple of the Chan monastery of Devanaga, he would definitely become a pillar of support. However, he was stubborn and could not be forced. Fortunately, the unraging monk had accepted him as a disciple, so in karma with the Chan monastery of Devanaga. There was no need to worry about him not contributing in the future. Returning outside the demon suppression hall, the setting sun illuminated the valley, dyeing it bright red. The one-lamp monk sucked in a deep breath. He felt like he had returned to the world of mortals, so the dauntless monk told him to go back and rest. The one-lamp monk thanked Li Qingshan again before turning around and making his way back to Great Buddha Mountain. His footsteps became even more determined. Right when he was about to step into the protective formation of the monastery, an insect egg as tiny as a mustard seed, almost invisible to the naked eye, crawled out of the pores on the back of his neck and landed in the bushes. The one-lamp monk was completely unaware of it. The insect egg hatched very soon, turning into a locust the size of a pinky. It flew through the bushes and rapidly traveled away from Great Buddha Mountain, flying over 50 kilometers away. Just now, it stopped on a large tree and began to chew on the leaves furiously. The locust rapidly grew in size, inhaling and exhaling the spiritual chi of the world strand by strand. Before long, it had become the size of a fist. It flapped its wings and flew off into the distance. The dauntless monk said, "One will, if you insist on leaving, I can't force you to stay either." The Mist Province is different from the Green Province. The South Sea Commandery is extremely dangerous, and it's over 100,000 kilometers away. If there's any danger, even I won't be able to save you in time. You can only rely on yourself. Disciple understands. Little An said. The unraging monk replaced the prayer bead on Li Qingshan's head, but then he said, Qingshan, just keep it as a souvenir. South Sea Commandery is too far away. I won't go there even if you crush your prayer beads. It's better to rely on yourself than to rely on others. Take care of yourself. I understand. Li Qingshan curled his lips and cupped his hands, then we shall take our leave. Just as he was about to leave, a weak voice called out, Senior brother. Duoj. Oh, I almost forgot. Here, this is for you. If you borrow one, return two. Don't say that I'm not loyal. Li Qingshan took out 2 Demon Commander Demon Hearts and handed them to Duoj. No, that's not what I meant. Duoj stuffed a handful of Demon Hearts into Li Qingshan's hands. This is... Li Qingshan was rather surprised. Only then did he discover that the prayer beads around Duoj's neck had become much shorter. The handful of demon hearts in his hands amounted to 30 or 40, shining resplendently and of extremely high quality. I heard the South Sea is dangerous. These are for you. I don't have any use for them right now anyway. Duoj said in embarrassment. Li Qingshan was very touched. He gave him a bear hug. Kid, I'll remember this favor of yours. I'll definitely return it twofold in the future. Afterwards, he glanced past the dauntless monk and the unraging monk in disdain. Eminent monks of Buddhism. You're not even as enlightened as a measly demon folk. The 2 eminent monks were obviously unfazed. The dauntless monk had indeed considered bestowing a Buddhist treasure to Little An, but after some consideration, he gave up on the idea. Although he could pour resources onto outstanding disciples, he still had to maintain basic fairness as the abbot of the monastery. Buddhist treasures were of great importance. One will had only joined the monastery for far too short a time. She had already received far too much preferential treatment, and she had not contributed anything at all. She had left the monastery willfully this time, so if he bestowed another Buddhist treasure, it would definitely displease the other disciples. The unraging monk chuckled as if he had been expecting Duoj to do something like that. He was extremely satisfied. He also held an arcane treasure in his hand, prepared to give it to Li Qingshan. It was not a Buddhist treasure, but a demonic treasure. However, the time was not right yet. It was possible to say that 2 arcane treasures were already waiting for them. With their talent and cultivation, they already possessed the right. All they lacked was experience. This demonstrated the superiority of the Sword Collection Palace. They had the opportunity to obtain a renowned sword on the level of an arcane treasure as soon as they became a formal disciple. As long as they received the sword's recognition, no one could complain. However, the downside was that even if the Sword Collection Palace was about to be destroyed, the palace master could not bestow the sword to a disciple. He could only wait for the master of the sword to appear. Li Qingshan and Little An took off on a cloud, vanishing into the horizon. Woof! 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 In a melon field, a yellow dog barked madly. In a corner of the melon field, a naked man currently hugged a watermelon and gnawed away at it. He ate it without even spitting out the seeds. His body was sturdy, and his skin was withered and yellow. His dark brown eyes shone with a fervent light as he ate. His is far too delicious. He's finally out. His. The Chan Monastery of Devanaga, the unraging monk, Golden Cicada, and Li Qingshan. You're all fucking dead. The farmer in the straw hat heard the barking and emerged from the straw hut with his tools. Son of a bitch, how dare you steal my watermelon? You don't want to live anymore. Who are you? The man suddenly raised his head, and the farmer felt like he had fallen into a cavern of ice, completely immobilized. Countless copies of himself seemed to be reflected in the dark brown eyes. The yellow dog whimpered and fled with its tail between its legs. The man licked his lips. It's been a very long time since I've eaten human flesh. The flesh of demon folk is stinky and sour. It's fucking disgusting. A while later, the man stood up in the melon field and wiped away the blood from the corner of his lips. He gazed at the western sky, and the last ray of light dimmed. A demon suppression statue was tattooed on his back, and it was different from any of the statues Li Qingshan had seen in the past. That kid sure has given me some inspiration. Otherwise, I won't be able to fool those two monks. When the time comes, I'll just let him die a little more painlessly. On the cloud, Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat as if he sensed something. He sat down with his legs crossed and got the spirit turtle to divine again. A while later, he opened his eyes and glanced back at Great Buddha Mountain in some confusion. He had clearly already left the demon suppression hall, so why was the strange sense of danger still lingering? Instead, it seemed to be lurking, showing signs of constantly growing and strengthening. What's wrong? Little An asked in concern. Li Qingshan smiled. Nothing. I just feel like the path ahead is a little dangerous. Though, there really haven't been a lot of times along the way that haven't been dangerous. As long as we're together, we'll definitely be able to overcome all difficulties and reach beyond the 9 heavens. Deep underground in the Clear River Prefecture, magma surged and a lake of fire blazed. Fellow Golden Cicada, we've come to complete our agreement. Li Qingshan assumed the form of the North Moon and called out loudly. His voice reverberated through the surroundings. A crystalline skeleton stood beside him. Milky white, half-transparent flames burned in its eye sockets. You finally returned. Chapter 763. I've made you wait. Here, this is the chant of Devanaga you wanted. Li Qingshan took out a jade slip. Little An had already engraved the chant of Devanaga into it. The jade slip was tossed into the lake of lava. A swirl appeared in the lake, extending endlessly downwards as if it was leading to another world. The jade slip landed in there, and the swirl vanished. A long while later, the Golden Cicada Spirit King's voice rang out again. Sure enough, sure enough. Thank you. His voice was filled with emotion, not just because he was happy to obtain this supreme cultivation method. We're even now. If there's nothing else, I'll be taking my leave first. Li Qingshan waved his hand and was about to leave. The Golden Cicada Spirit King said, the aura of the phoenix on you is growing heavier and heavier. It said that you were slain by the Dragon King of the Sea. The reason why you were able to escape alive is because of the phoenix's nerva, right? That's right. That battle was far too dangerous. To put it bluntly, I was just fleeing for my life. Do you have any other advice for me, fellow? Don't tell me you have other phoenix feathers on you, fellow. Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. The Golden Cicada Spirit King seemed to be rather familiar with phoenixes. Since he had a phoenix feather, perhaps he had even more. If he could obtain a few more, practicing the phoenix's scripture of Nerva would become extremely easy. The phoenix has already flown away for far too long. I've only kept that phoenix feather as a souvenir. I don't have any more. However, there's a divine wudong tree on Fire Melt Mountain in the Mist Province. It was once the phoenix's dwelling. If you can cultivate there, it'll be 100 times more effective than cultivating in the lava. Li Qingshan said, Fire Melt Mountain. I think I've heard of it somewhere. I'm about to pay a visit to the south. I'll definitely go and take a look when the time comes. Once I fully comprehend the chant of Devanaga, I'll be able to make up for the final flaw in my cultivation and undergo the 4th heavenly tribulation. I'll leap out of this world. When the time comes, I'll give you one last gift as an exchange. As the golden cicada spirit king said, another item flew out from the lake of lava, landing in Li Qingshan's hand. It was a fiery red piece of jade. A sliver of his soul sense was embedded in it. It did not have any special functions. It was just something to be used as an alarm or a communication during crucial times. Exchange for what? Li Qingshan asked curiously as he played with the jade stone in his hand. An item that could make the golden cicada spirit king treat it so seriously as a gift was definitely not some common item. It might even be more precious than a phoenix feather. However, since it was an exchange, it meant that what he had to give up had to have a corresponding value. A phoenix plume feather for a chant of Devanaga. It was hard to say who was the winner and who was the loser. It was just each taking what they needed. But one thing was for sure, the value of these two items was roughly the same. You'll know when the time comes. The golden cicada spirit king was secretive. Then can you give me the gift in advance like you did with the phoenix feather? I have a lot of difficulties to overcome recently. Li Qingshan had an idea. After this transaction, they should have established the most basic trust between them. It would be good to have more strength. That won't do. I can only give it to you when the time comes. It's not that I don't trust you. I'm even more curious now. I guarantee that the value of this item is definitely not below that of a magical treasure. If it is used properly, I'm afraid it might even surpass it. Alright then. I hope that you can undergo the fourth heavenly tribulation soon, so that you can leave this well and take a look at the other world. After settling one karma and sowing a new one, Li Qingshan and Little End returned to the surface. It was late at night right now, and the sky was filled with resplendent stars. For a moment, Li Qingshan had no idea where he should go. He had just gone through a lengthy period of cultivation, followed by a banquet in the tower, and then a great battle in the demon suppression hall. Although he was not exactly tired of it, he still wanted to rest a little and spend some time with this close relative of his that he had not seen in a very long time. As a result, he smiled. Time sure passes quickly. Before I knew it, you've already grown into an adult. Back then, you were still so little. Then don't touch my head anymore. Shaoan used a pair of white hands to grab his big hands, gently clasping them in her palm. Little girl, you've really grown up. You were so obedient in the past, but now I can't even touch your head. If I had known earlier, I really wouldn't have sent you to the Chan monastery of Devanaga. You've been led astray by those bald donkeys. Li Qingshan sighed and lamented. Little End bit her lip and placed his hand on her head again. That's more like it. Li Qingshan laughed aloud and pulled her into his arms. The faint fragrance of sandalwood filled his arms, and his mind was at peace. He said gently, "Where do you want to go? What do you want to do first?" "I'll do whatever you want. I want to go home." Little End raised her head. "Go home? You mean the Qing Shao dwelling? Haven't you been in secluded cultivation for so long? Isn't it boring enough?" Li Qingshan shook his head. "You said it'll be up to me." Little End was serious. "All right then," Li Qingshan said helplessly. In the Qing Shao dwelling, a strand of silver-white moonlight shone in from the ceiling. Li Qingshan lay under the moonlight, gazing at the many stars in the cave. Little End lay in his arms quietly, gazing at him without blinking at all. Her seaweed-like hair flowed down like a waterfall, covering the stone platform and draping over the edge. A while later, Li Qingshan lowered his head. "And then? There's nothing else. That's it. That's it." Little End embraced him even more tightly. "All right then. You sure are easy to deal with." Li Qingshan sighed with a smile. He also found this to be quite a nice feeling. "Then I'll stay a century." Little End's eyes shone, even more resplendent than the brightest stars. "Huh? A century? Here? Yeah. Is it hard to deal with?" For once, Little Anne's expression carried a hint of mischief. Only then did it match her appearance as a young girl. You'll get tired of it very soon. Li Qingshan pinched her cheeks, treating it like a child's words. I won't get tired of it. Little Anne paused, then repeated, I won't get tired of it. What she was pursuing was not in the distant other side, but right here. Working hard to cultivate was just to stay in this moment for a long time. In this quiet and undisturbed world, with only each other's existence, this was the ultimate happiness. Li Qingshan suddenly had a trace of impulse. Just like what she said, so what if it was a century or 1,000 years? But this impulse was just a flash. Compared to his dream, it was just a breeze that brushed past, hardly leaving any traces. He then felt apologetic. Was it because he wanted too much? Little Anne suddenly smiled. She turned over and rode on his body. She raised her right hand high, pointed to the depths of the starry sky, and said loudly, I want to go above the 9th heaven. At that moment, even Li Qingshan was dazzled by the brilliance that bloomed. He suddenly realized how beautiful she was. Usually, she was more like a piece of white paper, a pool of clear water, clear and flawless. But at this moment, she was smeared with the most intense and brightest colors. It was a little strange, but also a little familiar. Didn't you just say you want to stay for a century? Chapter 764. The two of them lay in each other's arms. Li Qingshan told him about what had happened after they parted, while Little Anne just listened quietly most of the time. The moonlight shifted before vanishing in the end, turning into sunlight. This repeated until the sun and moon alternated. That continued until Han Qiongji came looking for him. Han Qiongji stood at the entrance of her dwelling and gazed at the drifting clouds and mist in the Chain Mountains. She thought to herself, Ruexian's dwelling isn't far from here, but she's already been in secluded cultivation for several years now. I wonder how she's doing right now. The stone door behind her opened, and she turned around, only to see Li Qingshan striding over. However, her gaze could not help but land on Little Anne behind him, and she could not help but become stunned. Even though she was also a woman, she still felt dazzled. Great beauty and white bone, the transition between life and death. Even though it seemed like everything had become empty, it could still manifest the pinnacle of beauty in the world. As her cultivation increased and she grew older, her beauty became even more powerful. It was not the arts of charm, but it surpassed them. If she could truly unleash it to the limit, it would be completely beyond the aspect of heavenly fragrance and beauty of the sect. She would be a celestial maiden that had transcended this world. You're Little Anne. Han Qiongji returned to her senses after much difficulty. What, you don't recognize me anymore? Li Qingshan smiled. How can that be? As long as I've seen you once, who can forget you? Han Qiongji said with a smile, but her feelings were rather mixed. She was straightforward and open-minded, so she was not jealous of Little Anne's talent, nor would she be awed by his supreme beauty. And, based on her instincts, she believed that there was nothing romantic between them. Otherwise, even if she was not jealous, the Chan monastery of Devanaga would not be able to put up with it. However, they simply stood there, yet they gave off an indescribable sense of harmony. They were two people with completely different appearances and bearings, yet they possessed the closest connection. Even she was unable to get involved with them. She thought, this must be the Tao companion that father spoke of. From a certain perspective, she would rather Li Qingshan flirt around. She shook her head and tossed these thoughts to the back of her head. She said to Little Anne, I heard that you've also undergone the second heavenly tribulation. Congratulations. Little Anne nodded slightly and looked at Han Qiongji calmly as if he was looking at a rock or a plant. Unless it was necessary, she did not like to talk to people, let alone etiquette and rules. She would only deal with it when it was necessary. In the past, Han Xiongji had lost her temper because of this attitude, and Li Qingshan had immediately fallen out with her. For her sake, he had made an enemy of Qiu Haitang without the slightest scruple despite only being a measly qi practitioner. Now, Han Xiongji knew that she treated everyone the same way, not her. As soon as you came back, you shut yourself in the cave residence. I thought you were going to go into closed-door training again. Last time, it was an accident. If I really want to go into seclusion for a long time, I will definitely tell you. However, I have plans to do so recently. Li Qingshan and Little and looked at each other. This was something they had discussed beforehand. After comprehending the 8th layer of the demon suppression statuary, Li Qingshan needed a certain amount of time to settle down and increase his cultivation. With the several dozen demon hearts Duoj had given him, there was even a chance for him to refine the traitorous demon sword into a true demonic treasure. He could even completely recover the strength of his demon body to the limit. Little End was the same. After undergoing the second heavenly tribulation, he could take a step further with the path of white bone and great beauty. The skull prayer beads, Buddha slaying sword, blood sea banner, and so on in his possession all needed to be refined again. Li Qingshan had already prepared the required resources for him. He had collected many corpses from the battles over the years. In particular, during the battle on the 8th floor of the Demon Suppression Hall, there had been tens of thousands of demon folk and numerous demon generals and demon commanders. It was enough for her to increase her cultivation further. That way, if the two of them worked together, they would be able to deal with any danger in the South Sea Commandery with composure, even if they did not kill gods and Buddhas who stood in their way. Even if they faced some existences at the third heavenly tribulation, they would not be afraid. Secluded cultivation. Han Xiongji basically had no idea what to say. To cultivators, secluded cultivation was definitely not a bad thing. Unless they had reached a critical juncture in their cultivation, where they needed to focus on breaking through bottlenecks, there was absolutely no need for secluded cultivation. All they had to do was maintain their regular cultivation. However, Li Qingshan entered secluded cultivation far too often, and his cultivation would increase rapidly every time he entered secluded cultivation. It was basically enough to make people feel rather numb to it. Li Qingshan said, but not now. It's best if we focus on rest for now. We'll probably have to wait until the new appointment arrives and we reach the Mist Province. Cultivation is more important. Just make your own plans. There's no need to specially contact me. I've grown used to it anyway. It's not like we're mortals, so there's no need to be so intimate with each other. Han Xiongji said in a very free and easy manner, but she also felt a hint of helplessness. Before Li Qingshan could answer, she said, I've come to find you for something else. Qingzan is going to the Sword Collection Palace. After the battle in Moon Court Lake ended, Yin Xiaoqiu did not immediately move on to the next prefecture. Instead, he received an invitation from Hua Sengzan. That night, neither of them attended the banquet in the brothel. They went to Soaring Afterglow Mountain to drink together. Since Hua Sengzan wanted to join the Sword Collection Palace, he obviously went out of his way to befriend Yin Xiaoqiu. He had always possessed extraordinary charm. Although Yin Xiaoqiu's cultivation was higher, he spent most of his time in the Sword Collection Palace, focusing on the path of the sword. His experience obviously could not compare to Hua Sengzan. After a few jars of alcohol, they felt like they were old friends at first sight. When Hua Sengzan mentioned that he wanted to join the Sword Collection Palace, Yin Xiaoqiu immediately patted his chest and guaranteed that there would definitely be no issues with his talent. He sent a message to the Sword Collection Palace the next day. Perhaps due to the stimulation from the Chan Monastery of Devanaga, the Sword Collection Palace replied before long, asking him to undergo a test in the Sword Collection Palace. That night, the empty halls on Soaring Afterglow Mountain were ablaze with lanterns. To Li Qingshan's surprise, it did not seem like a gathering of guests like he had imagined. Instead, it seemed rather deserted. Logically speaking, Hua Sengzan had a wide circle of acquaintances, and the Hua family had a deep foundation, so they should have invited many guests for something as important as this. Landing on the terrace at the top of the mountain, he discovered that there were only around a dozen people present, and they were all familiar faces. They did not even set up a proper banquet. They just drank and chatted like it was a regular gathering. Everyone's gazes were drawn away by Little and beside Li Qingshan. For a moment, they were all speechless. "Fellow, you must be one Will. I've heard of your great name for a long time. Now that I've seen you today, I finally understand what it means to know someone by reputation is not as good as meeting them in person." Yin Xiaoqiu stood up. His gaze was like a sword, hidden with sword intent. Instinctively, he wanted to test her out, but to his shock, he discovered that his sword intent was like a rock that had sunk into the ocean, unable to find a foothold. If he really wanted to strike, he actually had no idea how to swing his sword. Only then did he realize the difference in strength was so great that a breaking water sword could not make up for it. Little and said nothing. Li Qingshan ignored Yin Xiaoqiu and asked Hua Sengzan, "Why is there so little? Why didn't you find more people to celebrate?" Hua Sengzan said, "I still haven't become a disciple of the Sword Collection Palace, so what's there to celebrate?" Chapter 765. Don't tell me you're joking, fellow Yin. I'm a disciple of the Chan Monastery of Devanaga. Li Qingshan was taken aback before smiling uncontrollably. A secular disciple, Yin Xiaoqiu added. Secular disciples possessed very low statuses in the Chan Monastery of Devanaga. They did not even have the right to set foot in the inner courtyard, let alone any great cultivation methods. They did not have any resources either. They only possessed the name of the Chan Monastery of Devanaga, which deterred people from taking advantage of them. Then do you know who my master is? Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. He was a secular disciple, but he was no regular secular disciple. His master was a great cultivator who had undergone the third heavenly tribulation of the Chan Monastery of Devanaga, and he practiced a peak cultivation method too. What right did the Sword Collection Palace have to ask him whether he wanted to join them or not? Who doesn't know about the Unraging Master? Who doesn't know about him? Then I don't understand. Even if I want to join the Sword Collection Palace, do I really have to get past my master? Li Qingshan asked in surprise. In the cultivation community, the relationship between master and disciple was very important. In particular, when your master came from a large sect and was a great cultivator who had undergone the third heavenly tribulation, a relationship like this was unbreakable. I'm not asking you to become a disciple of the Sword Collection Palace or take someone as your master. Instead, you'll be like Elder Zhou Tong of the Clear River Prefecture, becoming a guest elder, Yin Xiaoqiu explained. Yin Xiaoqiu explained and reported how he had lost to Li Qingshan to the Sword Collection Palace, which raised a great deal of attention. It was not just because of his cultivation, but also because Yin Xiaoqiu had said, "This person's path of the sword surpasses mine." This left the master of the Sword Collection Palace and the elders in disbelief. Yin Xiaoqiu had practiced the sword since he was young, practicing the profound sword techniques of the Sword Collection Palace. He had also inherited the sword intent within the breaking water sword, yet he actually admitted he was not as good as Li Qingshan, which made them interested. Taking in cultivators who had undergone the second heavenly tribulation as guest elders was one of the traditions of the Sword Collection Palace. There was an opportunity regardless of their identity or background. Some guest elders even held the position of sect master of other sections. As long as they became guest elders, they could study the superior cultivation methods and sword techniques of the Sword Collection Palace. However, not all cultivators who had undergone the second heavenly tribulation had the opportunity to become a guest elder of the Sword Collection Palace. They had to wield and practice the sword, and they had to leave their swords on Sword Collection Peak after death. The Sword Collection Palace had not only taken a fancy to the slovenly Taoist priest, Zhou Tong, as a guest elder, but also because of the lightning slaughter sword in his possession. With Zhou Tong's cultivation, living for several centuries would not be a problem at all. As long as he constantly refined it with the techniques of the sword collection palace, even a lump of earth could be reborn, let alone the lightning slaughter sword that was already an arcane artifact. It had a very good chance of becoming a powerful arcane treasure. It was exactly through this method that the sword collection palace constantly gathered the renowned swords of the world. Even an arcane treasure like the soaring dragon sword that cultivators could only dream of could not be counted as one of the 10 renowned swords, which only demonstrated just how deep their foundations were. I see. Li Qingshan came to a realization, and asked again, but you said to change to a good sword, can I also draw a sword from the hidden sword peak? He had never had a good impression of the sword collection palace. From the soaring dragon elder to Fu Qingjin, they had all forced him into dire straits in the past, but the temptation of an arcane treasure was far too great. He thought to himself, with my charm, when I get to that hidden sword peak, those 10 famed swords will all come to me. Regular guest elders can't draw a sword from the hidden sword peak, but you don't seem to have a suitable sword on hand, which is why we've made an exception. With your talent for the way of the sword, if you practice the sword techniques of the sword collection palace, you'll definitely be able to reach a whole new level. Yin Xiaoqiu said seriously. Although he had lost to Li Qingshan, he did not hold any grudges towards him. He carried out the mission that the sword collection palace had given him meticulously. This kind of bearing clearly did not come from his age and experience. A large part of it came from the influence of the breaking water sword, which only demonstrated the value of a good sword to the sword collection palace. However, there were some things that he did not make clear. The reason why the sword collection palace was willing to make an exception and allow Li Qingshan to draw a sword from the hidden sword peak was because they had taken a liking to his way of the sword. Just like how, becoming one with the sword, not only did the sword assist the person, but the person also nurtured the heart of the sword. A good swordsman could improve a sword by an extremely large amount. I'll think about it. Li Qingshan said in thought. Please take your time to think about it. Yin Xiaoqiu said nothing more. Apart from Hua Sengzan, everyone present was shocked. Originally, they felt that Li Qingshan had undergone the second heavenly tribulation to be rather unreal, but they could not help but sigh now. Before they knew it, he had already reached this step. A sect like the Sword Collection Palace was something that they could only look up to. Even Hua Sengzan being able to become a disciple of the Sword Collection Palace was something worth celebrating, and he still had to go through a test. However, Li Qingshan had actually been directly invited to become a guest elder. The difference in treatment was truly quite great. They also understood a little why Hua Sengzan did not celebrate on a large scale. Otherwise, Yin Xiaoqiu's words would definitely have stolen the spotlight. Hua Sengzan invited Li Qingshan and the others to take a seat first. He smiled. No matter what happened in the past, no matter what happens tomorrow, we have to drink to our heart's content tonight. All right. Li Qingshan sat down with a smile, and Little and sat down beside him. Han Qiongji sighed inside. Just when she was about to find another seat, she suddenly felt her waist tighten, and Li Qingshan had already pulled her into his arms. He asked with a smile, "What are you thinking about, madam?" Han Qiongji's face reddened. "Let go of me." Li Qingshan picked up the jar of alcohol and emptied it in a single gulp. He laughed aloud. "Forgive me for not being able to comply." The smell of alcohol assaulted her face, and Han Qiongji seemed to be slightly tipsy as well. The man who had once made her fall in love at first sight, when she had no idea what love was even more passionate than before. Just a single smile from him was enough to make her fall for him. It was like that in the past, and it was still like that now. Even if they could not become partners of cultivation, even if they spent more time apart than together, she felt no regret at all. Everyone laughed. Li Qingshan watched as her face became redder and redder, almost to the point where she could not contain her embarrassment. Only then did he let go of her and let her sit down beside him. He continued to hold on to her waist, preventing her from running away. Han Xiongji elbowed him viciously. She could only give up as she was unable to break free. She was embarrassed and annoyed, but there was a hint of joy in her eyes. The group of people drank and admired the moon. It was quite a good time. Qing Shan, if you can become a guest elder of the Sword Collection Palace, we can travel together, Hua Sengzan said. If it's possible, I'd obviously like to obtain a renowned sword, but I still need my master's permission. I can't make the decision on my own. Then Li Qingshan glanced at Yin Xiaoqiu. Yin Xiaoqiu was currently pouring himself a cup and drinking by himself, as if he had gone through the vicissitudes of life to drown his sorrows. However, in Li Qingshan's eyes, he was another pretentious peddler. The legacies he obtained from the sword did not truly belong to him at the end of the day. There was a subtle difference. Since this kid is bold enough to mention it, since the Sword Collection Palace is bold enough to mention it, don't tell me they're certain the Chan Monastery of Devanaga will definitely agree to it? Otherwise, wouldn't they be utterly humiliated? Or perhaps the Sword Collection Palace wants to form an alliance with the Chan Monastery of Devanaga, and they want me to serve as a link? Li Qingshan pondered and gradually made up his mind. Suddenly, he raised his head. It's going to rain. Everyone raised their heads. The bright moon hung in the sky. Only a few thin clouds drifted through the inky blue night sky. It did not seem like it was going to rain at all. But very soon, fierce winds arrived, whistling past the top of the mountain like an invisible hand had pulled over a great curtain. The clouds were densely packed, shrouding the entire sky in the blink of an eye. They pressed down heavily on the top of the mountain as if it was within reach. The rising wind before a storm. Li Qingshan said slowly. With the Battle of the Clear River Prefecture over, the 9 provinces gradually fell into turmoil in the past few years. Humans and demons constantly clashed, and demonic sects that had been suppressed for several millennia began to surface once more. They caused a great ruckus in the Cloud, Mist, Frost, and Thunder provinces. The Great Xia Empire's control over the various provinces rapidly declined. This could actually be seen from the White Lotus sect. In the past, even if the White Lotus Mother fled to the Mist Province, she would have to tuck her tail between her legs and behave herself. How could the Hawkwolf Guard allow her to rebuild their headquarters so openly? Now, no one cared at all. And this was the border of the Mist Province that was very close to the Green Province and even the Dragon Province. If it were another 100,000 kilometers to the south, it would be easy to imagine what the South Sea Commandery would be like. Once the order collapsed, it would be time to see who had the strength to plunder. The Sword Collection Palace and the Chan Monastery of Devanaga were both so-called orthodox sections. At a crucial time like this, it only made sense for them to strengthen their alliance. Yeah. Hua Sengzan sighed. None of the people present were stupid. They could tell what Li Qingshan was trying to imply, so they sank into their thoughts. For a moment, the platform fell silent. Only the wind whistled past their ears. Everyone had personally experienced the brutality of the Battle of the Clear River Prefecture, but as it seemed now, it was only a small disaster, the mountain breeze before the storm. There was an even greater disaster waiting ahead. Dark clouds obscured the moon, and rain poured down. The surroundings were pitch black. The sound of rain rang out, but surprisingly, there was not a single peal of thunder. The halls at the foot of the mountain flickered with lantern light, but they seemed to weaken as well, swaying in the wind and rain. Although the rain could not land on everyone's heads, without the light of the moon and stars, the atmosphere became rather suffocating. The righteous path of the world and the suffering of all living beings require the protection of the swords in our hands. Yin Xiaoqiu stood up sternly. His black hair drifted in the wind as he radiated with awe-inspiring might. With a clang, he drew the breaking water sword from its sheath and swung it at the pitch-black sky. There was a flash of light, like a bolt of lightning that had ripped through the night sky. A crack appeared silently in the clouds. Moonlight spilled through, and the stars flickered. Nice sword. Nice sword style. Everyone praised loudly. The clouds seemed close, but they were actually far away. Splitting the clouds with a single strike from such a great distance was truly a remarkable feat. I still have to thank you for the defeat you bestowed upon me the other day. It gave me quite a lot of inspiration, allowing me to gain a new comprehension of the path of the sword. Why don't you widen our horizons? Yin Xiaoqiu turned around and stared at Li Qingshan, both to show off the might of the breaking water sword and vaguely to challenge him. Your cultivation might be a realm higher than mine, but you might not be able to achieve what I can do. I'm not your opponent right now, but once I undergo the second heavenly tribulation, you definitely won't be my opponent. Li Qingshan stood up lazily and tossed the empty jar of alcohol in his hand off the cliff, pushing upwards with both hands. Ocean wielding. The cloud parting form. The clouds rose and fell, moving in all directions. Before long, almost half of the clouds in the sky had been parted, and the moonlight seemed even clearer. Li Qingshan said, "Fellow Yin, I will report this to my master. If he has no objections, I'll accompany you to the Sword Collection Palace." After the banquet, everyone dispersed. Chapter 766. Li Qingshan smiled and gazed at the rustling bamboo forest outside the window. As it seemed, he had guessed correctly. His identity as a secular disciple just happened to be useful for something like this. At the same time, he possessed two identities in two great sects of the Green Province. Although he was not at the core of either sect, his status was not low, and he just happened to be a demon. The affairs of the world sure were unpredictable. Qingshan, are you really going to the Sword Collection Palace to become a guest elder? Lu Chuanfeng asked from the side. He was careful, as if he was afraid of offending Li Qingshan with the slightest carelessness. Li Qingshan never put on any airs, but after all these years of fighting and killing, he had already established his might. He gave off a natural sense of awe. The Cloud Wisp Association had developed very quickly in the Rui Commandery. Lu Chuanfeng had specially invited Li Qingshan to Cloud Wisp Island today so that he could continue writing. Originally, he wanted him to remember his identity as a disciple of the School of Novels, but he never expected him to actually agree. Li Qingshan had a feeling that the divine talisman of great creation would come in handy one day, so he had brought Little and here to relive the feeling of the past. There was no need for him to drink some water of recollection. With his current cultivation, there was nothing he could not remember if he tried to recall. As a result, he became a plagiarist and had Little and edit it. It was extremely satisfying. How can I turn down someone else's warm invitation? Little Anne, take your time to edit it here. I'll go see that Yin Xiaoqiu again. Li Qingshan stood up. Right when he was about to take off, he glanced at the school of painting nearby and remembered that Chu Danqing had not attended Hua Sengzan's banquet on Soaring Afterglow Mountain. He wondered how the Three Absolutes calligraphy had been repaired, so he landed on the island and grabbed a disciple of the school of painting. He asked, "Where's your patriarch Chu?" Commander Li. The patriarch is currently in secluded cultivation. He said that no one is to disturb him. The disciple said in a trembling voice. You sure have troubled him. Li Qingshan said. He knew that it would not be easy to repair a treasure like the Three Absolutes calligraphy. If there was a chance, he would make up for it. As soon as Li Qingshan took off, a streak of light flew over from the direction of the Clear River Prefecture and landed on Cloud Wisp Island. It was Hua Qinglu. She frowned slightly, struggling to hide her worry. Lu Chuanfeng hurriedly went forward to welcome him. Commander Hua, why are you here? Is Commander Li here? Unfortunately, he just arrived at the Soaring Afterglow Mountain. Then he should already know. Hua Qinglu let out a long sigh. In the bamboo building, Little An stopped writing and looked out the window. Then, he lowered his head again and wrote stroke by stroke without any distractions. Fellow Taoist Yin, my master has agreed. Let's get ready to go. Li Qingshan came to the Soaring Dawn Mountain again, found Yin Xiaoqiu, and went straight to the point. Fellow Daoist Li, something has changed. Yin Xiaoqiu was not surprised, but there was a hint of embarrassment on his face. What change? Haven't you seen Chenglu? Hua Sengzan interrupted. I haven't. What's wrong with Chenglu? So you still don't know? The Hawk Wolf Guard has already appointed you as the White Wolf Commander of the South Sea Commandery of the Mist Province. The White Wolf Commander. Li Qingshan frowned. Why was it only the White Wolf Commander? There was actually a White Hawk Commander in a crappy place like the South Sea Commandery? Whatever. He had come to the Mist Province mainly for Ru Xian anyway, as well as to search for the divine Wudong tree. He did not care about his position. But what does that have to do with anything? I'll be in charge for a few days at night, so what can the Hawk Wolf Guard do to me? Li Qingshan suddenly understood. He smiled. So the Sword Collection Palace is afraid I'll be killed in the South Sea and lose the treasured sword of your palace. Am I right? That's right. The South Sea Commandery is a savage, dangerous place. If the sword is lost there, it'll be very difficult for the Sword Collection Palace to find it, Yin Xiaoqiu said calmly. Every single sword on the Sword Collection Peak was a precious treasure that the Sword Collection Palace could not live without. With Li Qingshan's comprehension of the path of the sword, it was very likely for him to draw an arcane treasure sword. That was something the Sword Collection Palace could not afford to lose. Losing the Soaring Dragon sword had already left the Sword Collection Palace brooding over it. With North Moon's death, they lost all traces of it, unable to find it again. An innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth. It might not be a good thing for you to take an arcane treasure to the South Sea. Yin Xiaoqiu had never imagined that North Moon, who was dead for sure, was currently standing right before him alive and well, discussing how he could retrieve another sword from the Sword Collection Palace. I understand. Then I'll directly take up my post in the Mist Province. We'll talk about the sword when I return. Li Qingshan did not become angry. He had only agreed to become a guest elder of the Sword Collection Palace to take advantage of them. Even now, he still felt hostility towards the Sword Collection Palace, so he obviously would not ask them to trust him. It was just a sword. It would make no difference whether he took it sooner or later. There was no hurry. With how generous Li Qingshan was, Yin Xiaoqiu instead felt rather embarrassed. He took out a jade slip. Since you've agreed to become a guest elder of our Sword Collection Palace, please accept this jade slip. Li Qingshan accepted the jade slip and sent his soul sense into it. His eyes gradually lit up, and he smiled. Thank you, fellow Yin. I won't be holding back then. There were over a dozen nameless sword styles recorded in the jade slip. Some were graceful and agile, while others were simple and heavy. All of them were extremely intricate, basically the essence of various sword styles. There were almost 100 sword techniques as well. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would never have imagined that a single, 1-meter-long sword could produce so many variations. They really are a sect of sword cultivators after all. They really do have some tricks up their sleeves. Once I study them carefully, my path of the sword will definitely reach a whole new level, and I'll be able to unleash the full power of the demon dragon sword. However, what delighted him the most was not these sword styles and sword techniques, but a cultivation method called the Heart of the Sword. It was divided into 3 parts: offering the sword, refining the sword, and tempering the sword. It described in detail how to temper the sword and increase the quality of the sword. To the current Li Qingshan, this could be regarded as a timely reign. He just happened to want to refine the traitorous demon sword into a true demonic treasure. Although the traitorous demon sword could devour demon hearts and increase its strength, the rate of increase was relatively slow. Even with several dozen demon commander demon hearts in hand, he was not confident he could succeed. Now that he had this cultivation method, his chances of success had increased drastically. Even if it was not 100%, he was 70 to 80% confident. Ha, I've still managed to take advantage of you after all. Li Qingshan was satisfied. Then he asked, when do the two of you plan on setting off? Probably in the next day or two. Hua Sengzan replied. Suddenly, he gazed down the mountain. Someone's coming. That's strange. Why has he come to find me? At the foot of the mountain, a man stood in front of the entrance. He was dressed like a farmer and seemed very rustic, but he possessed a bearing that regular farmers did not possess. He was neither servile nor overbearing, and he was built of earth and wood. Beside him stood a teenager dressed in bright clothes. The teenager carried a sword on his back, and he seemed to be slightly uncomfortable. They were the leader of the School of Agriculture, Li Long, and Li Qingshan, who had changed his name to Li Xiaoyao, and Li Qingshi. Li Xiaoyao said, Master, why don't we go back? Thump. Li Long rapped Li Long's head. Damned brat, I brought you here because you said you wanted to learn the sword in the Sword Collection Palace. Now that we're here, you're chickening out. What kind of man are you? It's still cultivation. It's the same no matter where. How can it be the same? Our School of Agriculture focuses on farming. We focus on life, so we have to adapt to the changes in life. The sword is a lethal weapon. It focuses on death, so it has to be unyielding and resolute. You're still young right now, so your temperament is still unsettled. If you farm with me for a few more years, it'll be too late even if you want to learn the sword. Will he want me? Li Xiaoyao said uneasily. To those who wanted to learn the Sword Collection Palace could be described as a holy land. Yin Xiaoqiu had defeated the genius cultivators of 22 prefectures consecutively, so he had made a name for himself. He felt quite pressured. How do you know if you don't try? If it doesn't work out, there's still other places. You don't have to be afraid either. He's powerful, but wasn't he still defeated by you, by someone from the same hometown? When Li Qingshan was mentioned, Li Xiaoyao's spirit roused. Sure enough, he became a little bolder. Over the years he had spent with Li Long, his mind had matured quite a lot. He understood many matters of the past and also understood Li Qingshan's difficulties, so he no longer resented him. This second uncle who refused to acknowledge him remained his idol. At this moment, the formation was activated. Li Long pulled Li Xiaoyao to his feet and shrunk the ground beneath his feet, arriving at the top of the mountain in a short while. Seeing that Li Qingshan was there as well, he felt a little more confident. What brings you here, Patriarch Li? Hua Sengzan asked with a smile. Li Long had always focused on the affairs of farming. In the past few years, he had spent most of his time cultivating in seclusion, so they did not have much contact. All he knew was that he was from the same hometown as Li Qingshan. I heard that you're going to the Sword Collection Palace, so I've specially come to see you off. This is just a small gift, but it's not enough. Li Long took out the fruit basket he had prepared. There were apples, pears, and various other fruits. All of them were abundant with spiritual qi and had a bright luster. Hua Sengzan turned it down before accepting it. Only then did Li Long say, I also have a request. This child is my disciple, and he's always been in love with the path of the sword. I wonder if you can take him to the Sword Collection Palace to try it out, fellow Yin? Li Xiaoyao glanced at Li Qingshan and no longer dared to look at him anymore. Afterwards, he raised his head and looked at Yin Xiaoqiu with the broken water sword on his waist. His face was filled with respect and yearning. If he wants to become a disciple of the Sword Collection Palace, he needs to undergo a strict test. It's not something I can decide with a single word. This child's talent is mediocre, and he lacks courage and resolution. He's not suited to walk the path of a sword cultivator, so it's best if he continues cultivating in the School of Agriculture. Yin Xiaoqiu had inherited the sword intent of the past masters of the broken water sword, so he had some ability to judge people. It was already very difficult for this child to embark on the path of cultivation. the chances of him undergoing the first heavenly tribulation were very small. However, to the sword collection palace, this was the most basic requirement, or he would not even be a formal disciple. Li Xiaoyao lowered his head. His face alternated between red and white. He's still young, and he's inexperienced. He does have some kindness in his heart, but he's completely focused on becoming a sword wielder. Even I can't persuade him otherwise. Li Long sighed gently and rubbed Li Xiaoyao's head, but he looked at Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan said, "Just let him try, fellow Yin. If he can't pass the sword collection palace's test, then there's no need to mention anything else. Just send him back. I didn't seem to have any extraordinary talent or courage back then." "Really? I found you extraordinary the moment I saw you. This child's surname is Li too. Is he a relative from your hometown?" Hua Sengzan smiled. Li Qingshan only smiled. "I must learn the sword." Li Xiaoyao suddenly raised his head and said loudly. "Oh. Why?" Yin Xiaoqiu asked. "My parents were both killed by evil people." "You want to avenge them?" Li Long shook his head. "That evil person died a long time ago." "Then why?" Chapter 767. Li Xiaoyao clenched his fist firmly. Within his weakness, there was actually a sense of determination. Li Qingshan nodded secretly. At least he had not been contaminated by his parents' foolishness and cunning. "If that's the case, I'll take you along. However, whether you can become a disciple of the Sword Collection Palace or not will be up to your fate," said Yin Xiaoqiu. "Yep." Li Xiaoyao nodded firmly, overjoyed. Then he looked at Li Long and became reluctant to part with him. Li Long said, "Stop acting like a little girl. Learn the sword properly. Don't embarrass our crouching ox village." "Yes, master." Li Xiaoyao glanced at Li Qingshan again and secretly made up his mind. His talent was mediocre, but he believed there was hope as long as he worked hard. Then Yin Xiaoqiu said to Hua Sengzan, "There's no need to linger around. Let's set off right now. I'll be in secluded cultivation for a while after I return to the Sword Collection Palace. Once I undergo the second heavenly tribulation, I'll definitely challenge fellow Li, no, elder Li again. Alright, but I'll have to draw a good sword from the Sword Collection Peak first." Although Li Qingshan was hostile towards the Sword Collection Palace, he could not help but admire their heritage. Both Fu Qingjin and Yin Xiaoqiu were heroes among men, possessing extraordinary courage. Even the soaring dragon elder was firm and resolute. It was not without reason that he had managed to last for so many years. Hua Sengzan said, "It's a pity that I can't see you off, Qingshan. There's no need to be so polite. The mountains never change, and the rivers never stop flowing. We'll meet again." Li Qingshan clasped his hands and bade farewell. He watched the three of them vanish into the horizon before turning around and saying to Li Long, "It's been hard on you these past few years. It's only natural for my own disciples to work a little harder. How far I can go in the future will be up to me." Li Qingshan returned to Clear River City and arrived at the entrance of the Hawk Wolf Guard, gazing up. Upstairs, Hua Qinglu currently leaned against the back of the chair and gazed out the window. She furrowed her brows in thought as she gently tapped the armrest with her slender fingers. Ever since he had come out of his closed-door training, although they had only met a few times in a hurry, there were many ripples in her heart. However, since it was already too late, she could only accept this outcome calmly. She was not a little girl, nor was she Hua Sengzan. She did not want to be entangled with the word love. It was fine to see him once in a while. It was fine to be teased by him a few times. But now, even that was impossible, as he was going to the Mist Province. It would have been fine if it was just separation, but it just had to be the most dangerous South Sea county. How could she not worry about his safety? At this moment, a familiar figure appeared in front of the window and said with a smile, "What are you thinking about?" Brotherly. Hua Qinglu stood up. Her red lips parted as she considered how she should inform him of this bad news. I already know. Where's the transfer order? Li Qingshan stepped into the room and said with a smile when he saw how troubled she was. Hua Qinglu took out the transfer order, and Li Qingshan stowed it away after a single glance. It really was the White Wolf commander. Oh right, Qinglu, your elder brother has set off just now. Sigh, didn't he say it would take another day or two? Probably because he doesn't want to make a scene like sending him off. He's going to the Sword Collection Palace, so it's time for me to set off too. Li Qingshan gazed out the window with a smile. The sky that had just cleared up after the rain was so blue that it was almost transparent. His heart had already drifted away, to the South Sea Commandery that he had never met hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. He imagined the boundless South Sea. What are you frowning for? I've been promoted. Aren't you going to hug me in celebration? Li Qingshan spread his arms. Brotherly, aren't you worried at all? That's the South Sea Commandery, the southernmost region of the 9 provinces. It's a land of wilderness among wilderness. Not only do the Hawkwolf Guard not have any special privileges there, but they'll even receive hostility, yet you're still in the mood to joke around. Hua Qinglu panicked. If I'm not joking around, am I supposed to cry? Li Qingshan was rather touched by how concerned she was for him. Go find Commander Gu and get her to help you out. And your master. You're a disciple of the Chan Monastery of Devanaga after all, and the Sword Collection Palace. Don't they want to make you a guest elder? Anyway, you definitely can't accept this job. Sigh, it must be that bastard Si Qing who's pulling the strings. He's using his identity as a prince to run amok. Hua Qinglu said furiously. Thank you, but I've already made up my mind. The South Sea Commandery is indeed a land of wilderness among wilderness. It'll definitely be riddled with danger. It's exactly because of that it's worth going. If I don't go to the ends of the world and the corners of the ocean, wouldn't I be wasting my life? As for that kid, Si Qing, there'll be a time for him to cry. Li Qingshan said proudly. He did not take Si Qing seriously at all. He could just find an opportunity to settle this small grievance in the future. Big brotherly. Now that you've said that, even I want to go and have a look. I still haven't seen the real ocean. If it weren't for the fact that I'm afraid of dragging you down, I even want to go with you and become a White Wolf Guard. Hua Qinglu was infected by his lofty sentiments, and her worries vanished. Why would she need to worry about this man? He was Li Qingshan. She could not help but fantasize about the South Sea of the Mist Province. Ever since she was young, she had never been one to settle down. As a matter of fact, she even had an urge to go to the South Sea with him regardless of the consequences. Come. It won't drag you down at all. Li Qingshan studied Hua Qinglu with a smile. After a few years, the little girl had become even more enchanting. Her features were picturesque, her figure was graceful, and her figure was slender and well-proportioned. If she gained a little more, she would be fat, and if she lost a little, she would be thin. She radiated with a delicate beauty. If I really go with you, Big Sister Han will curse me to death. Hua Qinglu's face reddened under his gaze, and she stuck out her tongue. Why would she curse you? What do you want to do to me? Li Qingshan took a step back and said in great surprise. Big brotherly. I'm just joking. You're still very young. The path ahead of you is still very long. The greatest benefit of the cultivation community is that you'll never be able to imagine just how far you'll be able to go. Although you have to deal with the matters of the Hawkwolf Guard, you don't have to worry too much about it. As long as you constantly increase your cultivation, there'll be a day when you can go anywhere in the 9 provinces. Li Qingshan patted Hua Qinglu's shoulder and said earnestly. Yeah, I'll work hard on cultivation. I heard that the merfolk of the South Sea are all extremely beautiful, and their voices are bewitching. If the people sailing on the sea hear the songs of the merfolk, they'll jump into the water without any regard and drown to death. Don't be enchanted by them, Big Brother Li, Hua Qinglu said. However, she refused to believe that there was a woman who could enchant him with her beauty. In particular, after seeing Little and a few days ago, she was even more certain of this. That kind of inhuman beauty was something that even she was amazed by. Sigh, there's nothing I can do about it. You know that I've always been enchanted by beauty. I even saw my fellow countryman, Li Long, on soaring Afterglow Mountain earlier. We only spoke a few words before bidding farewell, yet I accidentally told you so much. Your warning is very reasonable. I need to learn from it. I'm going. Li Qingshan laid out his hands helplessly. Speaking of which, he had basically been enchanted by a merfolk, and it was not some enchanting song, but her poisonous words. What's the rush? You're going so far away, so you need to hold a farewell banquet. Hua Qinglu said in surprise. Forget it. We just had a gathering a few days ago. It'll be boring if there are too many banquets. Not to mention, it's not like I'm going somewhere nice. If I make it seem like I'm going to never return, how boring would that be? Li Qingshan waved his hand and turned her down. He said, "Take care," before turning around and making his way out the window. Hua Qinglu watched him leave. She was filled with mixed feelings. Who knew how many years it would be before they could meet again, and who knew how many dangers lay ahead? Big Brother Li. Is there anything else? Li Qingshan turned around, but before he could even finish, Hua Qinglu rushed over and kissed him on the lips. Afterwards, they immediately parted as if she had been electrocuted. She lowered her head and said softly, "Be careful on the way." Girl, what's the meaning of this? Li Qingshan licked his lips. The gentle and immature feeling remained. He raised her chin, and her delicate face was flushed with an intoxicating red. Her long eyelashes trembled, afraid to look into his eyes. What? What? Hua Qinglu's gaze drifted about. She began to feel deep regret. Just now, she had really been too impulsive. Li Qingshan said nothing more. He wrapped his arm around her slender waist and pulled her into his arms. He lowered his head and kissed her soft, pink lips before making his way in. He opened her teeth and held her tongue, savoring it without restraint. Hua Qinglu's eyes widened before closing them firmly again. This was the first time in her life that a man had kissed her like this. She felt like she was being violated, but she was powerless to resist. Her body was tense, but as he kissed and caressed her, she gradually relaxed, falling limp in his arms. Now this is called a kiss. Only after quite a while did Li Qingshan smile. When he saw how she was in a daze, allowing him to do whatever he wanted, he began to burn with desire. In the past, he probably would have been tempted to swallow her whole. However, after so many years of experience, he was no longer as lustful as before, so he let go of her gently. Big Brother. Hua Qinglu was moved. This is the first time, so I'll punish you slightly. I hope you learn from this. If there's a next time, it won't be so simple. Li Qingshan joked around, but he was very serious. He had never been some kind of gentleman who could remain unperturbed. As a matter of fact, it could even be said that he did not turn down anyone. There was no reason for him not to eat the meat that was already in his mouth. However, Hua Qinglu had saved him before and called him Big Brother for so many years. Their relationship was extraordinary, so he could not do as he pleased. I'll tell Big Sister Han that you're bullying me. Hua Qinglu wiped her mouth forcefully and glared at him viciously. All her years of growth and experience seemed to vanish. She became that girl who was in her teens again. You're still bold enough to play the blame game? Alright, let's go talk to her right now and see who's in the right. Li Qingshan grabbed Hua Qinglu's wrist and made his way out. No. Hua Qinglu struggled in a hurry and broke free with great difficulty. She rubbed her wrist and said furiously, "Big brother, you're shameless." Li Qingshan laughed aloud. "Big brother Li, you still owe me something," said Hua Qinglu. "I almost forgot about it if you didn't mention it. Think about it properly while I'm in the South Sea." Li Qingshan left, and Hua Qinglu returned to her seat. She continued to think, but she was troubled by something else. Chapter 768. They had only just begun their journey after flying through the mountains. Finally, they arrived at the border of the Green Province again. The boundless blue sea extended south to the ends of the world. Li Qingshan took out the mental map of the Mist Province and glanced at it. His gaze landed on a range of mountains. This was Fire Melt Mountain, where the divine Wudong tree resided. He specially asked the Banyan Tree King for guidance, but the matter was rather troublesome, as Fire Melt Mountain was where the royal court of the Fire Devourers currently resided, while the divine Wudong tree was the divine tree of the race. It was completely unapproachable. There was nothing strange about this. Everyone wanted a good place. In the end, it would definitely belong to the strong. After the phoenix had flown away, anyone who could become the new master of the divine Wudong tree would definitely not be weak. Li Qingshan said to Little and beside him, "Let's go to Cloud Dream Marsh first and see how Ru Xin is doing." Alright. The great marsh of Cloud Dream was shrouded in clouds and mist, rising and falling. The marsh was filled with dense spiritual qi, vaguely condensing together. The vast expanse of light was controlled by a tiny water god seal. "She seems to be cultivating," Li Qingshan sensed. "Why don't we wait until we reach the South Sea Commandery and clear away the danger before letting her go over?" Little An said. "That works too. We'll let her properly cultivate here for a while." Li Qingshan nodded. Controlling such a large region of water was a rare opportunity for her with the bloodline of merfolk. Compared to cultivation, everything else could be set aside for later. As a result, the two of them flew over Cloud Dream Marsh and continued south. Their destination was not the South Sea Commandery, but the Mist Capital. The Mist Capital was located in the center of the Mist Province, where the Lord's estate of the Mist Province resided. It was the capital city of the King of Southern Yu, the second largest city in the Mist Province. The headquarters of the Hawkwolf Guard of the Mist Province was nearby. Under the gloomy sky, a huge, golden hawk with a wingspan of several hundred meters gripped the mountain firmly with its talons. Its eyes gazed at the Mist Capital in the distance, giving off a heavy sense of surveillance and warning. The Hawkwolf Guard had always been an important force that the Empire used to deter the outskirts of the wilderness. However, after several thousand years of trials and tribulations, even the Golden Hawk that had been refined with great effort seemed to pale in comparison. The Great Xia Empire had already lost control over the Mist Province. All that remained now was submission in name. As for the Hawkwolf Guard that was originally awe-inspiring, it had instead become a target of public criticism. Not a single organization welcomed it. It basically only had the organization of commanderies left in the Mist Province, and they were all cowering away. At this time, Li Qingshan and Little An were standing at the foot of the mountain, looking up at the golden eagle standing proudly at the top of the mountain. After being reported, under the guidance of an attendant, he set foot on the mountain. The vegetation on the mountain was lush, and the trees formed a forest. The scenery was beautiful. The pavilions, terraces, and buildings were all grand, and they were not influenced by the customs of the Mist Province. Instead, they bore the strong imprint of the Dragon Province. However, there weren't many people around, making it seem rather deserted. Occasionally, he would see a few people, but they were all Qi practitioners who were not much stronger than mortals. They served as attendants and maintained the basic operations of this place. Li Qingshan arrived at the top of the mountain. There was a chain of halls here, splendid and magnificent. However, after walking around there, he did not see the Golden Eagle commander. He learned he was in secluded cultivation. In the end, under the guidance of an attendant in black, he collected his uniform and waist tablet as a White Wolf commander. Afterwards, he did not receive any special treatment, so he descended the mountain again. He felt rather confused. He was a White Wolf commander after all. That was an important figure in the Green Province. He could be regarded as one of the upper echelons of the Hawk Wolf Guard, yet he was actually treated so coldly in the Mist Province. However, he had already understood the underlying meaning. No matter what kind of trouble you encounter, don't expect anyone to stand up for you. Even if someone kills you, no one will avenge you. Got it? Li Qingshan smiled and said to Little Anne, if there's no place for me here, there'll definitely be a place for me. Let's go. As a result, he did not linger in the Mist capital at all. He immediately made his way to the South Sea Commandery. The two of them moved and stopped from time to time. After over a dozen days of flying, they finally arrived at the commandery city of South Sea at dusk. The air became hotter and more humid. When they breathed in, they felt like they had inhaled water vapor into their lungs. Huge trees that stood several dozen meters tall could be seen everywhere, and trees over 300 meters tall were not rare either. If this were his past life, they would be skyscrapers that stood 100 stories tall, forming a primitive and three-dimensional world, and the commandery city of South Sea was built in there. More accurately, it was a huge tree that stood almost 1,500 meters tall. The trunk was covered in holes, and there were plank paths built around the trunk. People in strange attires moved in and out of the holes, walking on the plank paths like tiny ants. Incomparably thick branches propped up buildings and strongholds. People walked on the bridges woven from vines, moving between the branches. It was bustling and bustling, no different from an ordinary human city. Before he made Li Qingshan come to the South Sea Commandery, he had done some homework. He knew that the closer they were to the south, the taller and thicker the trees were. People all lived in the trees, and unless it was necessary, they would never go to the ground. Some people had never even set foot in their entire lives. It was very difficult for sunlight to penetrate the dense canopy, so there was no daylight on the ground. Thick mist constantly drifted about. That was a fatal miasma. Layers of fallen leaves piled up, forming a terrain similar to a swamp. That was a paradise for various demonic beasts and venomous insects. Even the plants that lived in the shadows all year round were filled with aggression. In such an extreme environment, let alone mortals, even cultivators were in danger. It was impossible for barbarian tribes composed of mortals to exist. Only powerful shaman tribes could survive, but they were forced to face the test of death at all times. As a result, the lines of good and evil became extremely blurry here. Only survival came first. Most people who survived in such an environment possessed indomitable, cruel, and cunning natures. For the sake of survival, they would do anything. Whether they were men or women, young or old, they all crazily pursued power. Demonic arts and evil arts that could rapidly increase their strength were widespread, no matter how bloody the cultivation method was or how severe the consequences were. A neutral and peaceful method of cultivation would never work here. If they could not even survive today, how were they supposed to think about 10 years later? Gambling with one's life went without saying. Life was worthless, whether it was someone else's or their own. The more people treasured their lives, the less they could live. As a result, regardless of whether demonic cultivators were powerful or weak, they could never be eradicated. No matter what cultivation method they practiced, the powerful cultivators who emerged from this land would all bear the deep imprint of demonic cultivators. From today onwards, we'll be spending our days in a place like this. It feels pretty nice. It's a pity that we're still very far away from the sea. Once we pass through the Hawk-Wolf Guard, let's go to the seaside and have a look. Li Qingshan said eagerly. He had practiced the arts of the boundless ocean for all these years, but he had never seen the sea of this world before. The true sea surged with great waves, boundless and boundless. As a symbol of the hawk-wolf guard, a silver-white hawk stood on a thick branch high up on the huge tree. At first glance, it seemed rather balanced, just like a regular hawk perched on the top of a tree. Li Qingshan flew over and attracted countless gazes. An alert voice rang out from the hawk-wolf guard. "Who is it?" Chapter 769. On the tree branches at the feet of the white eagle statue, there were many buildings. They were all book houses that grew out of the tree branches. There were also huge baskets made of vines hanging under the branches, and there were figures moving about in them. A tree branch had been completely transformed into a garden in the sky. It was filled with a wonderful and exotic atmosphere. A group of white wolf guards wearing white clothes with white wolves embroidered on them walked out of a strangely shaped building. Although they were all cultivators who had passed the first heavenly tribulation, the handsome clothes they were wearing looked like stolen clothes no matter how one looked at them. They either rolled up their sleeves or tied their clothes around their waists. Most of them were barefooted. 8 out of 10 of them were looking at little and beside Li Qingshan. They didn't look like cultivators at all. They looked like lechers who had never seen a woman in 8 lifetimes. As for the remaining 2, one of them was gloating, as if it had nothing to do with him and was just watching the show. The last one was full of surprise and said in a strange tone, "White Wolf Commander." "Where's the White Wolf Commander?" "Of course it's the White Wolf Commander of the South Sea Commandery. Get your White Eagle Commander to see me." Li Qingshan was also a little surprised. He had been appointed as the White Wolf Commander, but this group of White Wolf guards did not know, or were they deliberately pretending not to know? "Your Excellency, you sure talk big. You're just a White Wolf Commander. You should be the one paying a visit to our commander," a sloppy White Wolf guard said. His ears and nostrils were pierced with countless rings, and his face was painted with dark green paint. It was obvious that he was from the witch tribe, and his expression was full of disdain. "Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like that?" Li Qingshan frowned. A mere white wolf guard dared to provoke him, so he must have something to rely on. Could it be that the White Eagle Commander was testing him? Or perhaps he had some powerful background. Seeing that he had such a cultivation at such a young age, he must have had a master's legacy. Perhaps he was from a demonic cultivator sect. "You will naturally know my name in the future. Lord Commander, why don't you tell us the name of the beauty beside you?" The White Wolf Guard had a lazy expression on his face. He did not take Li Qingshan seriously at all. Little and glanced at Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan smiled. His figure suddenly disappeared and reappeared in front of the White Wolf Guard. He reached out and grabbed. The White Wolf Guards did not expect this either. Li Qingshan was a newcomer. He actually dared to make a move just like that. Green smoke rose from his body, and a fishy smell assailed the nostrils. It was obvious that he was highly toxic. Li Qingshan ignored the poisonous smoke. She grabbed him by the throat and lifted him up. "Do you know who my master is?" The White Wolf Guard's face was as red as a pig's liver. His legs struggled, but his expression was still fierce. "If you dare to hurt a single hair of mine, you won't be able to move an inch in the South Sea. When he comes to take revenge on me, I will naturally know. Besides, it's not like I'm going to walk, so what's there to be afraid of?" Li Qingshan said with a smile. There was no killing intent or hostility. This kind of guy was not worthy of him being serious. "This lowly one is Chen Junyan. I beg Lord Commander to be magnanimous and spare this lowly one's life. This lowly one will not dare to do it again. From today onwards, I will be your slave and follow you wherever you go. I am most familiar with South Sea Commandery." To Li Qingshan's surprise, the White Wolf Guard, who had a fierce expression just now, suddenly changed his expression and loudly begged for mercy. He did not care that so many of his colleagues were watching, and his expression was extremely fawning. He cursed in his heart, this unlucky guy who was sent to the South Sea is not joking. He really wants to kill me. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. After today's disaster, he will suffer in the future. He still doesn't know how to behave after coming to South Sea Commandery. Does he really think that he is invincible after transcending the second heavenly tribulation? Hey, your name is quite elegant. Today, Commander will send you on your way. Li Qingshan was unmoved and swung him up. Stay your hand. A streak of light flew over from the dense canopy above, turning into a skinny, withered old man with triangular eyes. His white clothes were embroidered with a white hawk spreading its wings. He happened to be the White Hawk commander of the South Sea Commandery. Greetings from subordinate Li Qingshan, Commander. May I ask for Commander's name? Li Qingshan said without the slightest hint of respect on his face. He continued to hold the white wolf guard in his hand. This old bastard was clearly watching from above. Perhaps he was the one who had orchestrated everything today. I'm Huang Xiqin, and you're Li Qingshan. I've been looking forward to meeting you. Huang Xiqin studied Li Qingshan before glancing at Little and beside him. The information he had received from Prince Xiqing a few days ago surfaced in his mind again. The two genius disciples of the Chan monastery of Devanaga were both under the age of 30, having undergone the second heavenly tribulation. Their futures were limitless. Because he had offended Prince Xiqing, he had been sent here. Prince Xiqing wanted him dead, promising to reward him heavily afterwards. He could even transfer him back to the Dragon Province. Huang Xiqin had no interest in returning to the Dragon Province. After being sent here many years ago, he had already completely adapted to life here. He maintained contact with the various organizations in the South Sea Commandery, and he even served as a guest elder for a few sects in private. Now that the empire had declined and the demonic path had risen, his status had risen with it. No matter who wanted to unite the demonic cultivators of the South Sea Commandery, they would need him to liaise with them. Even the Mist Capital needed him. Having lost the motivation to attempt the third heavenly tribulation, he had used almost a century to weave a web of connections. Here, he possessed extraordinary power. When it mattered, he could even make great cultivators who had undergone the third heavenly tribulation take action for him. He did not care too much about Prince Xiqing's heavy gratitude, but he still decided to help him with this matter. Their identities were far too eye-catching. Since they had come to the South Sea, the more talented they were, the more they could forget about leaving this place alive. The arrival of two righteous disciples here was basically like throwing two embers into the boundless ocean. No matter how powerful they were, they could not avoid the fate of being extinguished. He was just going with the flow. Of course, there was always a way out. He also left the two of them with a chance of survival. As long as they obeyed his orders, understood their limits, and behaved like two good dogs who knew how to wag their tails, he did not mind helping them out and showing them a path of survival. He could also completely ignore Prince Xiqing's wrath. Everything depended on the benefits. But as it seemed now, the two of them really did not know how to behave properly. They had missed the great opportunity he had given them. In particular, that Li Qingshan was actually bold enough to directly attack his subordinates. He really was reckless. Huang Xiqin felt pity for them inside. Since they insist on walking down the path of death, I can't stop them either. This Li Qingshan was arrogant and staunch, so he was easy to deal with. Instead, the woman with the Dharma name, One Will, was unfathomable, and she was unbelievably beautiful. He was tempted when he saw her. However, this was all a small matter. Although the Chan monastery of Devanaga was tens of thousands of kilometers away, the people standing behind the two of them were monk kings who had undergone the third heavenly tribulation after all. He still had to be careful and avoid drawing trouble to himself. Huang Xiqin made up his mind and smiled. I didn't think you'd come so quickly. I never told these kids. Release him and come with me. I'll arrange a banquet right away to welcome you. The Mist Province is a land of wilderness, but it has its own charm. All right. Li Qingshan threw Chen Junyan on the ground in his hand, using around 20% of his strength. With a thump, a living person was smashed to a pulp. Blood sprayed everywhere. He did not even have the time to cry out. All he said was a few words of disrespect. Aren't you going a little too far? Huang Xiqin's face changed drastically. He never thought he would actually kill him, and he would do it right in front of him. It was basically a slap to his face. As for the woman, she remained expressionless. Was she really a Buddhist disciple? Then you better watch your words in the future, Commander. Li Qingshan said. He had not come to the South Sea Commandery to compromise. The fifth layer of the tiger demon had not become a low-key existence. Instead, it had become a result of slaughter. The more enemies he had, the better. If he were still in the Green Province, he would not be able to slaughter White Wolf guards so easily. The Mist Province was a lawless land, which was instead a good thing for him. He wanted to force Huang Xiqin to turn against him, and then he could be promoted to White Hawk Commander. Do you know who his master is? Huang Xiqin asked with a sunken face. When he comes for revenge, he'll obviously find out. Don't you think so, Commander Huang? Li Qingshan stared at Huang Xiqin and smiled. Then do you know that even a mighty dragon cannot crush a snake in its own territory? Huang Xiqin originally planned on expressing goodwill first and winning over Li Qingshan. Then he would use his identity as a White Hawk commander to arrange various dangerous missions for him. If he died, he could not blame him, but if he survived, it would be equivalent to gaining a powerful lackey. However, he never expected Li Qingshan to not take him seriously at all, nor did he have any intentions of befriending him. As a result, all of his plans fell through. Shut your mouth. I can tell with a single glance that you're up to no good, you old bastard. I, Li Qingshan, have come to the South Sea Commandery and become the White Wolf Commander not to waste my breath with you, but to purge demons and uphold justice. Those who submit to me prosper, and those who oppose me die. Ha 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 ha. Li Qingshan's wild laughter echoed through the forest, reaching the ears of everyone in the commandery city of South Sea. They all looked over, wondering just who was bold enough to speak like that. Was he mad? Although he wanted to appear righteous and awe-inspiring, his words and actions were full of villains. Huang Xiqin was dumbfounded. He could not imagine how the famous Buddhist holy land of Qingzhou could produce such a disciple. He did not understand any reason and did not follow any rules. Huang Xiqin, as the White Hawk commander, not only do you hold a position without doing anything, but you also collude with demons to harm the common people. Today, your crimes are unpardonable, and you cannot escape death. What else do you have to say? Li Qingshan stopped laughing and pointed at Huang Xiqin, shouting angrily. His eyes revealed a magnificent red light, and his body exuded a monstrous demonic aura. Although he did not know whether Huang Xiqin colluded with demons or not, who cared? He could be promoted if he killed him. In the future, when he saw that wretched woman, we would be on the same level. What evidence do you have? You're slandering me. Huang Xiqin was furious, and a great sense of crisis suddenly arose in his heart. Chapter 770. Li Qingshan rebuked righteously. The surging demon qi suddenly shrank and condensed, turning into a demon commander. With the traitorous demon sword in hand, he stared straight at Huang Xiqin with a single demonic eye, completely fixated on him. Who the fuck is the demonic cultivator here? All of the White Wolf guards cursed inside. Normally speaking, demonic cultivator was just a general term. Those who practiced demonic arts and evil arts were demonic cultivators, and those who disobeyed the laws of morality were also demonic cultivators. However, whether it was the cultivation method or the way Li Qingshan behaved, it was basically a classic commentary for the term demonic cultivator. Yet, a person like that was actually accusing others of being demonic cultivators. Even though none of the people present were kind-hearted, they all felt the urge to curse out loud. Huang Xiqin had basically understood. This bastard had never planned on making things easy for anyone right from the beginning. He had come to cause trouble. Li Qingshan, are you bold enough to look down on me just because you have two people on your side? When I underwent the second heavenly tribulation, you weren't even born yet. Huang Xiqin's voice was old and hoarse in the beginning, but towards the end, it had already become as resounding and majestic as a bell. His figure swelled up, and fangs protruded from his mouth. White fur grew all over his body, and a tail extended from behind him. A while later, he went from a skinny old man to a half-human, half-ape. His two thick arms supported him from the ground as he stared at Li Qingshan murderously. He actually possessed the bloodline of demons. Many races lived together in the Mist Province. It was not like the Green Province, where humans and demons were clearly separated. Demons and humans, or even other folk and humans, procreating happened from time to time. As a result, many humans possessed the bloodline of demons. Some people's fathers or ancestors were humans, but in times of danger, they would actually activate the bloodline of demons. This was because some of their ancestors had intermarried with demons and passed down their bloodline. As they multiplied through the generations, they hid themselves. As a result, there was a saying that the south of the Mist Province no longer had pure humans. There would never be a large-scale war between humans and demons like the Clear River Prefecture. Or in other words, the war had never stopped, but it was only a battle for survival and a struggle for profit. Possessing the bloodline of demons was not a form of humiliation in the Mist Province. Instead, it was a form of pride. To be able to produce offspring with a human, one had to be at least a demon general of the powerful demon clan. Their bloodline could allow a mortal to enter the demon clan. He quickly gained a powerful physique. There were even some wonderful powers. Huang Xiqin let out a wild roar. A powerful aura mixed with demonic qi soared into the sky, and the thousands of green leaves on the treetops swayed and rustled. If the two of you wish to fight, then don't. Please go to another place, don't hurt Tree City. At this moment, a streak of light flew down from the crown of the tree, turning into a middle-aged man in luxurious clothes with a tall crown on his head. Li Qingshan found his attire to be rather familiar, which made him think of the Marquis of Rui, Jiang Fu. Although there were many differences in the details, with the patterns and decorations being more similar to the south, the overall design was basically the same. Are you the South Sea Commander-in-Chief, Marquis of Serene Sea? Li Qingshan said. This was the uniform of the kings and marquises of the Great Xia Empire. It was similar to the uniform of the Hawk-Wolf Guard, both to display their status and to express their allegiance. However, just from the changes to the uniform, it was clear that there was not much of their allegiance left. That's right. The Marquis of Serene Sea said coldly. Originally, he had been watching on from high up in the Marquis estate. He felt delighted that someone could make Huang Xiqin suffer, but when he heard Li Qingshan's arrogant words, he frowned deeply. Now that he saw how rude he was, he became even more displeased. Not only was he the ruler of the South Sea Commandery in name, but he also possessed a considerable foundation of strength, which was why he was able to sit firmly in this position. Several thousand years ago, the founding emperor had originally chosen experts who could hold their own in the various regions when he appointed the kings and marquises of the world. After several thousand years of succession, they had all become aristocratic clans that ruled over a region. As the lord of a territory, how could he allow other wild beasts to roar before him? However, he did not take Li Qingshan seriously at all. He called him a genius, but he was just a kid who had an exaggerated opinion of his own abilities. It was no wonder that he had been relegated here. On the other hand, he was more interested in Shaoan, who stood silently to the side. He had never heard of such a beauty before, and her talent and cultivation went without saying. If he could take her as his wife, it would definitely increase the prestige of his clan. He could think of a way. You don't have to worry. I'll be very quick. You just have to watch from one side. A smile appeared on Li Qingshan's curved mask, and he waved his hand like he was shooing away a fly. You! The Marquis of Serene Sea blanked out in anger. He had already begun to suspect that there was something wrong with his head. Marquis, let's work together and kill this madman. Huang Xiqin was eager to drag the Marquis of Serene Sea into this. Although he was confident in his own strength, fighting against two people alone was still troublesome. The matters between the two of you are the Hawk Wolf Guard's business. I have no right to judge either. You're more than welcome to go elsewhere and settle things. No one is allowed to interfere. The Marquis of Serene Sea was not stupid enough to take the blame for Huang Xiqin, but out of consideration for their usual relationship, he would still lend him a hand. On the surface, he acted like he was impartial, saying that no one was allowed to interfere, but he was vaguely keeping little and out, depriving Li Qingshan of a powerful ally. Huang Xiqin rejoiced inside. It was worth it for him to spend so much effort on befriending him. It was just a pity that this kid had come too quickly and acted out too violently. He did not have the time to gather any helpers at all, or he definitely would have scared Li Qingshan to the point of pissing himself. You're the mighty Marquis of Serene Sea, yet you're colluding with demonic cultivators. That's a crime punishable by death. Li Qingshan turned around and said in some surprise. Killing intent silently permeated the air. The Marquis of Serene Sea was dumbfounded. Who was this person? He actually left no room for negotiation, directly threatening him. No, this was no longer a threat. Instead, he was blatantly asking him, do you want to die? By the time he returned to his senses, he was utterly furious. Just how many years had it been since someone dared to speak to him like that? You kill that one, and I'll kill this one. Little N spoke calmly, pointing at Huang Xiqin and then at the Marquis of Serene Sea. It was as if he was not talking about two important figures whose names shook South Sea Commandery, but two nobodies that could be squashed to death at any moment. The Marquis of Serene Sea was enraged, and his killing intent continued to rise. In the next moment, he was about to launch an attack like a raging wave. No need. I'm going to use them to hone my swordsmanship. Over the past few days, Li Qingshan had studied the jade slip that Yin Xiaoqiu had given him quite a bit. He had gained some insight into swordsmanship and was lacking actual combat experience. These words were like a bucket of ice water poured over the Marquis of Serene Sea's head, extinguishing his rage and clearing his mind. He actually rejected his companions and wanted to fight against the two of us alone. He was either a madman or an idiot, or he had absolute confidence in his own strength. Based on the fact that he could cultivate to such a level at such a young age, it was clearly more likely that the latter was the case. I have no grudges with them, so why should I get involved in this mess? Even if I kill them, I'll just be in trouble. As a result, the Marquis of Serene Sea withdrew his aura. You're lying, fellow. Under the orders of the Imperial Court, I've guarded the South Sea for generations to come. Why would I collude with demonic cultivators? He said to Little and gently, may I ask for your name, fellow? It was as if his killing intent just now was all fake, making it clear that he would not be fighting. Li Qingshan smacked his lips in pity. Huang Xiqin sensed that something was amiss too. He cursed the Marquis of Serene Sea inside, but he let out a long sigh. All right, Li Qingshan. I can see that you're young and inexperienced, so I won't lower myself to your level. Just now, I'll pretend I never heard that. We're both members of the Hawk Wolf Guard, so we still need to resolve our differences and work together sincerely. Don't you think? Li Qingshan interrupted him. Then do you want me to say it again? You old monkey of the demonic path. Cut the crap. Today, you'll die whether you want to die or not. Do it. Don't push me too far. Huang Xiqin bellowed at the sky. He wanted to take a step back and be at peace, waiting to gather helpers before striking out viciously. However, Li Qingshan did not give him the opportunity at all. I'm determined to kill you today. I'm still in a hurry to become a White Hawk commander. Before he knew it, Huang Xiqin's original confidence had completely vanished. He no longer had any confidence in victory. He even considered taking a step back first. Before he had even struck, his bearing had already been completely overwhelmed by Li Qingshan's. Li Qingshan formed a seal with his hand and extended a finger. The traitorous demon sword turned into a streak of light that whistled over. Huang Xiqin also drew a large, glossy, green blade. The hilt was engraved with a vicious ghost head. He swung it down and landed viciously on the streak of light. Clang! With an extremely sharp clang, the traitorous demon sword spun and flew back, splitting into 3 in the air before flying back. Under the control of Li Qingshan's soul sense, they constantly slashed at Huang Xiqin. Clang 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 clang. Huang Xiqin brandished the ghost head blade into a circle of astral blades, constantly knocking away the traitorous demon sword. It was unable to get close at all. He relaxed inwardly. This kid talks big, but his strength is only a so-so. I was nearly fooled by him. Li Qingshan focused and constantly channeled his sword seal. The traitorous demon sword would occasionally transform into a streak of sword light that swam about and occasionally spit out sword chi. Clearly, he was using all his strength and was not deliberately showing weakness. The spectating Marquis of Serene Sea also let out a sigh of relief. His sword kinesis is not bad, and his comprehension of the way of the sword can be said to be exquisite. For his age, he can already be considered a genius. Unfortunately, the sword can only be considered an arcane artifact. There are only a few sword techniques he can use. It's a fool's dream to think he can kill Huang Xiqin with this. Kid, hand over your life. Huang Xiqin was certain that this was all that Li Qingshan was capable of. He knocked away the traitorous demon sword with a swing of his blade and leapt up, conjuring a huge ghost that wielded a dark green blade aura over 30 meters long and swinging it at Li Qingshan. Not only was the slash extremely swift and fierce, sealing off all of Li Qingshan's room to dodge or maneuver, but the huge ghost let out a howl at the same time. It was soul-stirring. Having lost his sword, Li Qingshan seemed to be affected for a moment. He seemed rather lost. Seeing how the blade was about to land on Li Qingshan's head, Huang Xiqin instead hesitated. It was not because he had suddenly become kind, but because he was worried. Although the forces of the Chan monastery of Devanaga could not reach the South Sea, if a monk king took action and targeted him, everything he had established in the Mist Province would fall apart even if he managed to survive. Originally, I wanted to keep you around a little longer, but you don't even have the determination to kill me personally? Such a weak opponent is really disappointing. Die for me. Chapter 771. The silhouette of a dragon coiled around Li Qingshan's right arm until it reached his fingertip and whistled through the air. Aside from the mighty dragon's cry, not many people could see its true appearance. At the same time, the traitorous demon sword that had been sent flying spun in the air. The demonic eye on the hilt stared fixedly at Huang Xiqin as if it wanted to see through his entire body. It glowed with demonic light. Huang Xiqin's heart leapt into his throat. A sense of death enveloped him, and he suddenly let out a wild roar. The white hair on his body stood on end and surged with spiritual light, forming an impenetrable barrier. The silhouette of a dragon flashed past, piercing through the giant ghost, piercing through the spiritual light, and piercing through Huang Xiqin's head, leaving behind a frozen and stunned face. In that instant, the vast sword intent completely destroyed his sea of consciousness. He did not even have the time to self-destruct and perish together with Li Qingshan. The silhouette of the dragon returned to Li Qingshan's hand and silently coiled around it. This was the power of an arcane treasure, and it was a purely offensive arcane treasure at that. However, Li Qingshan had not only relied on an arcane treasure to kill Huang Xiqin in a single strike. Huang Xiqin's cultivation was very deep, at least at the mid or late stage. Who knew how many hidden techniques he had up his sleeves? If he only relied on the power of the demon suppression statuary, it would not be easy to kill him. At their level, it had always been very difficult to kill an opponent. However, he had lost the confidence to win from the very beginning, and he had recovered due to Li Qingshan's weakness. At the very last moment, he had hesitated again. This constant change in his emotions was fatal, especially his hesitation at the very end. It was practically suicidal. The traitorous demon sword had seen through his weakness with a single glance, and the demon dragon sword had killed him in a single strike. It was only a matter of course. When Huang Xiqin's corpse fell to the ground, Li Qingshan immediately went forward and searched his 100 treasures pouch. He also took out a strange golden core from his body. It was frosty white and oval in shape, like an insect's egg. It contained a powerful force. Presumably, it was a special golden core condensed by the southern border with the help of witchcraft. Finally, Li Qingshan placed Huang Xiqin's corpse into his sumaru ring. This white eagle commander of the southern border, who was insufferably arrogant, had disappeared from the world just like that. It was a pity that he still had many tricks up his sleeves. He had died just like that. He truly died with his eyes wide open. For a moment, there was not a single sound on the giant branch. All the white wolf guards were stunned. The cultivators who were qualified to live in the canopy and watch the battle subconsciously held their breaths. There was a faint clamor coming from below. People looked up and guessed what was going on. The Marquis of Serene Sea shuddered. He knew just how strong Huang Xiqin was. He did not have the confidence to defeat him, but now, he had been so casually killed. He did not even have the time to react, much less escape. He suddenly realized that he had taken a stroll on the edge of death. If he had acted rashly just now, he would probably have suffered the same fate. He had just arrived and dared to kill his superior, much less the Marquis of Serene Sea. He was not arrogant, but strong. He was not a fierce dragon that did not cross the river. Li Qingshan coughed twice. His voice was like 2 claps of thunder, jolting everyone awake. Well done, the Marquis of Serene Sea praised loudly. Oh. Well done in what way? Li Qingshan dispersed his demon commander's demonification and teased. This Huang Xiqin has colluded with the demonic path and wreaked havoc on my South Sea commandery for many years. No one has been able to eliminate him. It's all thanks to you, fellow Taoist. You descended like a divine soldier from the heavens, upholding justice and supporting the righteous path. It's simply wonderful, the Marquis of Serene Sea said sincerely. Ha ha ha, eliminating demons and upholding justice is my duty. Prefectural governor, you flatter me. What prefectural governor? If you don't mind, you can just call me by my name. I'm called, there's no need for that, Li Qingshan interrupted with a smile. His meaning was clear. I don't want to know your name at all. The Marquis of Serene Sea said awkwardly, all right. Commander, please have a seat in the manor. Let me do my duty as a host and welcome you. All right. Li Qingshan then turned around and said to the White Wolf guards, is there a way to communicate with the higher-ups here? Yes, there's a voice transmission room. Then help me send a voice transmission. White Hawk Commander Huang Xiqin colluded with the demonic path and has already been killed by White Wolf Commander Li Qingshan. We're still investigating whether the others are colluding with the demonic path. Li Qingshan paused and swept his gaze around. All the White Wolf guards shuddered before continuing, don't forget to ask the commander to promote me to White Hawk Commander. The corner of the Marquis of Serene Sea's eyes twitched. That was way too blatant. The Marquis of Serene Sea invited Li Qingshan and Little N to the top of the gigantic tree. There was a pavilion made of twigs where they could look down on the sea of trees. A heavenly breeze blew and birds chirped. The scenery was extremely beautiful. As Li Qingshan sampled the delicacies and fine wine, he enjoyed the amorous song and dance. Everything was filled with the unique characteristics of the southern border and was exotic. At the banquet, the Marquis of Serene Sea apologized to Li Qingshan once more. Li Qingshan then magnanimously forgave him, expressing that he did not look like someone who colluded with fiendish cultivators. The Marquis of Serene Sea smiled apologetically and carefully investigated Li Qingshan's background. Actually, what he wanted to ask the most was whether that flash of a dragon earlier was an arcane treasure or not. However, after some thought, he did not ask that question. He was afraid of offending Li Qingshan, but he also had an answer. If it was not an arcane treasure, how could it have penetrated Huang Xiqin's defenses so easily? As expected of a genius from a major sect in the Green Province. He even has an arcane treasure. As the Marquis of Serene Sea, only the seal of mountains and rivers looks like an arcane treasure. If news of this spreads, he'll definitely become the target of public criticism. Everyone will come to snatch it from him. However, the Marquis of Serene Sea thought about it again and decided to keep his mouth shut. If he was faced with an ordinary person, all he had to do was to deny it. They would not fall out with him just because they suspected him. However, this unreasonable murderer, Li Qingshan, would probably not listen to his explanation at all. As long as he had the slightest suspicion, he would be bold enough to kill him just because he said, "You look like you colluded with fiendish cultivators." In short, this person is too sharp. I'd better avoid him for now and wait for the day he seeks his own death. Outside the Mist Capital, in the Hawkwolf Guard. An attendant hurried to the back of the mountain, arriving before a towering tree. The tree stood over 1,000 meters tall, not particularly eye-catching in the forest. However, the attendant bowed towards the tree politely. "Commander, the South Sea Commandery has sent a message." "What is it?" The tree suddenly opened its eyes. A tiny, golden hawk tablet hung from the top of the tree, shining brightly. "The South Sea Commandery has sent a message. The White Hawk Commander, Huang Xiqin, colluded with demonic cultivators and has already been executed by Li Qingshan. The others are still under investigation. They request to be promoted to White Hawk Commander." Oh. Looks like he suits the South very well. If this were the Green Province, a White Wolf Commander killing a White Hawk Commander would definitely lead to a great uproar. It was even possible for the headquarters of the Hawkwolf Guard in the Dragon Province to investigate it. However, this was the Mist Province. The South Sea Commandery was the southernmost part of the Mist Province, a land of chaos. Huang Xiqin was not a loyal White Hawk commander of the Hawkwolf Guard either. There was no need to investigate him colluding with fiendish cultivators at all. This was a secret that everyone in the south knew. Even in the Green Province, this would be a great crime, but it was nothing in the Mist Province. Agree to his request. As a result, Li Qingshan had already been promoted at a startling speed, becoming the new White Hawk commander of the South Sea Commandery. Ha! If you want to be an official, you have to commit murder and arson to receive amnesty. Li Qingshan changed into the uniform of a White Hawk commander, standing tall and graceful. He also wore a tiny silver hawk on his waist as he smiled at Little Anne. Afterwards, all he needed to do was wait for the various people to charge over and enjoy the warmth of the natives of the South Sea. However, no matter how he waited, he did not even see the shadow of his enemies. Even the master of the White Wolf Guard he had thrown to his death did not come to avenge his disciple. His days here were basically even more peaceful than in the Green Province. Li Qingshan was perplexed. Was this still the extremely dangerous South? He felt like he had gotten something wrong, so he returned to the Marquis of Serene Sea's estate. "Congratulations on becoming a White Hawk Commander, Commander. May I ask why you've graced us with your presence today?" The Marquis of Serene Sea asked carefully. Commandery Governor, tell me, why hasn't anyone come to kill me? Li Qingshan sat down without any politeness and asked with a frown. The Marquis of Serene Sea was stunned. What kind of question was that? He even seemed very troubled, asking carefully, why has anyone come to kill you? Look, I come from a renowned Orthodox sect. That day, I even said I was going to purge demonic hordes and purge them for the sake of righteousness. Those who submit to me will prosper, and those who oppose me will die. That should have spread. What are those demonic cultivators waiting for instead of killing me? You want them to kill you? The Marquis of Serene Sea said in disbelief. Of course. Otherwise, why would I say those things? Hee, how embarrassing. What's that for? The Marquis of Serene Sea looked at Li Qingshan like he was looking at a monster. As it turned out, he had said those things intentionally to mock the demonic cultivators of the South Sea Commandery and draw their hatred to kill him. What was wrong with him? I want to kill someone. It doesn't have to be a person. Anything will do. Li Qingshan said calmly. Now that it had come to this, he no longer wanted to hide his true intentions. He no longer wanted to say some nonsense about upholding justice. His main objective in coming to the South Sea Commandery was to fight to his heart's content. He wanted to satisfy the tiger demon's lust for slaughter to its fullest. Isn't the first precept of Buddhism the abstinence from killing? The Marquis of Serene Sea was taken aback for quite a while. Li Qingshan sniggered. Purge demons for the sake of righteousness, purge demons for the sake of righteousness. The Marquis of Serene Sea was very tempted to say, you don't need to explain anymore. You've probably been stifled in the Chan monastery of Devanaga. The south that others viewed as a land of danger was a place he had come to find an outlet. As a result, he let out a long sigh. Probably no one will come to kill you for now. Why? I heard that Huang Xiqin has quite a lot of friends. Isn't there a single one that's loyal? The Marquis of Serene Sea coughed dryly. He could be regarded as one of Huang Xiqin's friends. After some indirect questioning, Li Qingshan finally understood why no one had come to make trouble for him. First of all, the powerful strength he had displayed when he killed Huang Xiqin was enough to intimidate the vast majority of demonic cultivators. Huang Xiqin certainly had a network of connections, but a dead person was like an extinguished lamp. This was the South, and no one would work for a dead person. Meanwhile, Li Qingshan's words and actions, which he thought could draw hatred, had completely backfired. Such arrogance and tyranny, killing without batting an eyelid, he was clearly a demon. Even the cultivation technique he cultivated was full of demonic qi. Even if he was a disciple of a famous Orthodox sect, he was still one of his kind in hiding. As a result, the demonic cultivators and demonic cultivator forces that had the ability to threaten Li Qingshan felt that they could befriend and rope him in. Chapter 772. Li Qingshan shook his head. Sure enough, life was not always smooth sailing. In the past, when he had wanted to keep a low profile and cultivate, there had not been much trouble. Now that he had finally achieved initial success, this dangerous wilderness had become a place of peace. The Marquis of Serene Sea also felt that it was a pity. If Li Qingshan had let Huang Xiqin go and allowed him to go back to make arrangements, there would definitely be countless troubles waiting for him. Huang Xiqin was a schemer, had a complicated network, and had endless plots and schemes. When the time came, Li Qingshan only needed to step into the first trap. Even if he could kill his way through, he would definitely become a public enemy in the end and end miserably. Li Qingshan's seemingly rash battle was like hitting a poisonous snake where it hurt, making him famous. Now, even his own family had to deal with him carefully, afraid that this lawless madman would suddenly kill him. All right then. These days, you can't take shortcuts. You have to do things step by step. If you want to kill someone, you have to do it in their home. How can you expect them to come to you? Li Qingshan slapped his thigh in reflection. The Marquis of Serene Sea felt a chill in his heart. This was his home. His hands and his sleeves clenched into fists. Don't worry, I'm not someone who will kill the innocent. Ha, probably. Li Qingshan smiled and said words that did not reassure the Marquis of Serene Sea at all. Then, he stood up and left the manor. The Marquis of Serene Sea was stunned for a while. He sighed in relief and unclenched his fists. There was a small seal in his hands. It was his strongest weapon, the seal of mountains and rivers. The forced friendliness on his face immediately turned ferocious. When had he, the great Marquis of Serene Sea, been bullied like this by a foreign boy? As long as this boy did not die, he would never have a day of peace. The feeling of living in the same tree city with such a person was terrible. However, the Marquis of Serene Sea also felt that killing him was troublesome. He had been thinking about this problem for the past few days, but he could not think of a foolproof plan. It was not that he could not think of a way. The problem was that if he failed, even if there was just a bit of news, this madman would definitely kill him at all costs. A man of wealth would not sit under the eaves. With his status, there was no need for him to take this risk. In the end, the Marquis of Serene Sea let out a long sigh. I'll put up with you. Let's see how long you can be arrogant. In this world, even gods and ghosts are afraid of the wicked. Li Qingshan returned to the branch where the silver eagle stood. He glanced back at the Marquis of Serene Sea's manor high above. He could naturally clearly sense the Marquis of Serene Sea's wariness towards him. He sighed with a smile. Kind people get bullied, and kind horses get ridden. If a person was too weak, the people around him would involuntarily bully him, even if there was no benefit to it and it was purely to satisfy their sense of superiority. When facing those vicious and evil people, even if they suffered losses and were bullied, they would choose to endure it. They would curse in their hearts and hope that fate would punish this person. The sky was hazy, and the surroundings were dark. It was almost night, and the humidity in the air was getting thicker. The mist province was prone to rain. Even when it was not raining, there were very few sunny days, let alone in the southern region that was close to the South Sea. Hua! The heavy rain poured down, landing on the tens of thousands of green leaves. There was a kind of quiet noise. The rain finally passed through the canopy after so much difficulty and turned into a gentle drizzle, dancing through the air and merging with the rising mist. They were indistinguishable and became hazy. Shaoan held a book and sat on the wooden floor. Her white monk robes and black sandalwood hair flowed down her back. The rain outside the window constantly drifted in. She quietly flipped another page. Tall bookshelves surrounded her as she stared at this visitor she had not seen in a very long time. This was the archives of the Hawkwolf Guard. It recorded the various cases and missions ever since its establishment. After several thousand years, even with the protection of formations, the pages had already yellowed, and the words had already become blurred. Since ancient times, the number of cases had decreased, and the records had become sloppy, filled with half-heartedness. Didn't I give you a jade slip? What are you still reading these stupid books for? Li Qingshan walked in and sat down beside her. He had obtained a lot of spoils from Huang Xiqin's 100 treasures pouch. Pills, arcane artifacts, and talismans went without saying, but there were many specialties of the South as well as a jade slip that recorded the various information about the Hawkwolf Guard of the South Sea Commandery. I've already taken a look at that. Little and leaned against him and flipped through another page. What did you find? Li Qingshan put his arm around her shoulder and leaned over to read the words in the book. Qingshan, let's go into secluded cultivation, all right? Little and nudged him with her head. Sure. But we need to find a suitable dwelling first. Living on a tree feels like a monkey. Do you have any places you like? Li Qingshan looked away from the book and smiled at her. There are a few places. Let's go take a look. Little N's eyes shone brightly. She unfurled the mental map of the Mist Province and pointed at a few spots with her slender finger. If the Marquis of Serene Sea were present and saw the places she pointed at, he definitely would have cried out. Li Qingshan had a vague impression of these places as well, so he agreed immediately. All right, no problem. Then, what do you think about this place? Little N pointed at the terrain of a valley. This should be a good place, but it's occupied by some unwelcome guests. I can't help it. For the sake of my little N, all I can do is clean it up. I'll help you. As a result, the two of them happily made up their minds. Their first stop, Savage Mountain, the lair of demons. The path of cultivation consisted of wealth, companionship, method, and location. Although location ranked last, it was still indispensable. A good dwelling could drastically increase the speed of a cultivator's cultivation. Whether it was absorbing the spiritual chi of the world or comprehending the laws and ways, it possessed an innate advantage. Large sects like the Chan Monastery of Devanaga, the Sword Collection Palace, and the Umbral sect were all established in such blessed lands, which was why they could continue to exist for centuries, millennia, or even tens of millennia. The south was extremely vast, but the number of true blessed lands was still limited. There were no weaklings who could occupy these places. They were either cultivators with great cultivation or sects with great influence. The two were often one and the same. Among all the blessed lands in the south, Savage Mountain ranked in the top 5. However, it was not a cultivator who occupied it. Strictly speaking, it was not a sect either. Who knew how many years ago, for the sake of Savage Mountain, the cultivators of the south had kicked up a storm of blood. However, even if someone managed to become its master, they would often die a violent death before long. The sect that occupied this place for the longest time was a powerful demonic sect in the past. Their influence almost rivaled the greatest sect of the south, the Myriad Poison Cult. However, several decades later, they were defeated by the combined efforts of numerous demonic cultivators. The sect was annihilated and buried in the dust of history. Afterwards, the demonic cultivators decided to share this place, establishing their own dwellings and electing 8 cultivators who had undergone the second heavenly tribulation as the 8 cave masters. They swore a blood oath to never encroach on one another. If an enemy invaded, they would fend off the enemy together. Finally, the competition ended. Just like that, it was passed down from generation to generation, constantly absorbing independent cultivators. The number of cave masters varied from time to time, but it also formed a tremendous force that no one could shake anymore. It was known as the Lair of Demons. Apart from the local demonic cultivators of the south, many cultivators who had broken the law and were wanted by the imperial government had fled here too. 1,000 years ago, the Hawkwolf Guard of the South Sea Commandery had labeled this place as a forbidden zone. A war that lasted for several centuries unfolded. As the Great Xia Empire declined and lost control of these distant places, the Lair of Demons no longer had any opponents, and its name became even more resounding. The funniest part was that the master of the White Wolf Guard that Li Qingshan had smashed to a pulp was one of the cave masters of the Lair of Demons. They really were like rats and snakes in the same nest. The cloud flew high into the air, passing through the canopy of trees, passing through the rain, and passing through the clouds. The sea of clouds rose and fell as far as the eye could see. The sun shone down on everything. The scenery was magnificent. Li Qingshan sat on the cloud with little N as a pillow on his leg. She smiled, remaining quiet like before. Many years ago, when she had just recovered her ability to speak, there was a period of time when she liked to talk very much, but it did not last for too long, as she had nothing to say to other people, but there was no need for her to speak too much with him. They looked at each other and smiled, knowing each other very well. However, Li Qingshan liked listening to her speak very much. Her voice was not the soft and sweet voice of a young girl, but it was ethereal, with a hint of the sound of gold and jade. You've gone to a lot of trouble in the past few days. Li Qingshan touched her cheek. He said he was looking for a dwelling, but in reality, she was also helping him choose an opponent. They would not be so weak that he would find them boring, nor would they provoke third heavenly tribulation cultivators. Don't be too careless. They have a geographical advantage, and they all have their own tricks up their sleeves. Li Qingshan alone won't be able to defeat them, and he can't expose his identity as the North Moon either. That's simple. Just don't let anyone leave. Savage Mountain sat on the ground, curving into the shape of a horseshoe, forming a huge valley. As for the remnants, they formed countless ravines. This place was different from the other places in the south. There were not as many towering trees. There were many buildings in the valley, just like a bustling city. Li Qingshan stood at the entrance of the valley, in front of a gate that was dozens of meters tall. He raised his head and looked up. On the rock wall that towered into the clouds, there were 4 large words, "Death to trespassers." The 4 words were dripping with blood, as if they had just been written with fresh blood. "Who's down there?" Someone shouted loudly on the gatehouse. "White Eagle Commander, Li Qingshan." Li Qingshan said slowly, his voice like thunder, spreading throughout the entire valley. "Ah!" That person was shocked. He opened his eyes wide and carefully examined Li Qingshan's white clothes. Then, he laughed and said, "Lord Commander, are you tired of living? You dare to stroll around my lair of demons? Aren't you afraid that our cave masters will come out and skin you alive?" A roar of laughter came from the gatehouse, completely unafraid of Li Qingshan's identity and cultivation. "I was just about to visit the cave masters. Open up." The laughter on the gatehouse became even louder. They had fought against the Hawkwolf Guard for so many years. Although they had already achieved complete victory, never had a White Eagle commander come to visit them. Someone even made a ruckus. The lair of demons is renowned far and wide. Even the Hawkwolf Guard has to bow down to them. As for the possibility that this new White Eagle commander had come to kill them, they did not even consider it. How was that possible? A while later, as if they had received some order, a tiny corner door opened up from below. "Come in, Commander. Our cave masters wish to see you." Li Qingshan stood there without budging. "Please open the front door." "Thank you." Like a droplet of water falling into a pot of boiling oil, the laughter that had just died down began again. "Ha," he said, "please," and he even said thank you. How hilarious. He really is from a renowned Orthodox sect of the Green Province. He's probably come to purge us demons this time. Chapter 773. In the depths of the valley, the 5 cave masters of the Lair of Demons gathered on a tall tower for a discussion. "Where's the first cave master? Why isn't he here yet?" said an ascetic. His forehead bulged, his cheekbones were high, and his eye sockets were sunken, completely bloodshot. His lips were blue, and there were 2 fleshy feet on his forehead. At first glance, he did not seem human at all. He seemed like he was wearing a ghost mask and a scarlet kasaya. Ghost ascetic, the first cave master has already been in secluded cultivation for 2 years. It's not like you don't know. How can you disturb him over something as small as this? Said a woman. She was beautiful. Although she was not supreme beauty, her figure was plump and plump. She was wrapped in rings of silk, half hidden and half exposed, which made her seem even whiter and more alluring. The ghost ascetic glanced at her as if he was wary. He said nothing more. He was only the 6th cave master of the Lair of Demons, while this plump beauty was the 4th cave master. She seemed human, but she actually came from a rare other human race known as the Silkworm Madam. If she was considered plump, then she would seem like a petite little girl compared to the man beside her. At first glance, the man no longer seemed like a human, but a squirming, white mountain of flesh. His facial features were almost completely squashed by the fat. He was the second cave master of the lair of demons, the gentleman of heavenly blubber. His body rippled like a wave, and he said, "Humph, it's nothing. That's the White Hawk commander. Even Huang Xiqin died to his hands. I think he's come with ill intentions. Since he's bold enough to come, we can't let him leave here alive, or what will become of our lair of demons' dignity?" The speaker was a man in his 40s. His dark, skinny face was filled with murderousness. He wore many golden rings, and a black scorpion was tattooed on his face. The scorpion's tail was split into 3 parts. Instead, he seemed the most like a normal person here, except his skin was slightly purple. The others maintained a certain distance from him. "Way of the Poison, your disciple is dead, but you don't have the courage to avenge him, so you want to borrow our hands." The ghost ascetic was afraid of the silkworm madam, but he was not afraid of him, as Way of the Poison ranked last among the cave masters of the lair of demons. He was only the 8th cave master. Way of the Poison's face was filled with resentment. The white wolf guard Li Qingshan had killed was his proud disciple, yet he had been killed like a bug. How could he not hate Li Qingshan? However, there was nothing he could do even if he hated it. The lair of demons was not a sect, and unless an enemy came to invade, there was no unity to speak of. The other cave masters were more than happy that his proud disciple had been killed, so there was no way they would avenge him. He didn't dare to provoke the existence that killed Huang Xiqin by himself. He originally thought that it would be difficult to take revenge, but he didn't expect that the opportunity would come to him. How could he miss it? We swore a blood oath. If an enemy invades, we will work together. Do you dare to go against it? Way of the Poison shouted. Who said he came to become our enemy? Perhaps he came to surrender, just like that Huang Xiqin bastard, wishing to rope us in. Ghost Ascetic said. I think it's highly possible. Mate Sanyang said smilingly, as long as he's not crazy, he's not here to kill us. You want to work with the Hawkwolf Guard? Don't forget about the blood feud of so many years. Way of the Poison said furiously and sunkenly. Since the boss isn't here, I'm in charge here. Let him in and listen to what he has to say, or other people will think we're afraid of him. If what he says satisfies us, we'll let him die a quick death. If not, we'll let old Five's bugs eat him up bit by bit. The gentleman of heavenly blubber's fat jiggled, and something that resembled an arm actually extended from the pile of flesh. He pointed at the pocket man in the corner who had remained silent the entire time. The reason why he was called a pocket man was because he wore pockets of various sizes on him, basically swallowing him completely. It was even impossible to distinguish his gender. Apart from 100 treasures pouch, every other pocket was a bug pouch. He was the 5th cave master of the lair of demons, Mountain Worm. As soon as the gentleman of heavenly blubber said that, the other cave masters stopped talking. He was determined to kill Li Qingshan. They all thought about it and exchanged glances with one another. Yu Wufeng, once this Li Qingshan's sect comes, I'd like to see how you can still cultivate in peace. Humph, you want to undergo the 3rd heavenly tribulation and rule over the lair of demons? You're dreaming. The gentleman of heavenly blubber thought and glanced around. Do you have any objections? The cave masters all agreed to lure Li Qingshan in and kill him. The first cave master was cultivating, and the other 2 cave masters were not in the lair of demons. However, with the geographical advantage of Savage Mountain and the various formations and traps, a mere White Hawk commander definitely had no chance of survival. In the drizzle, Li Qingshan stood with his hands behind his back. His hair was black and his clothes were white. He stood tall and straight, but he maintained a calm smile the entire time. As the dark clouds hung low and low, Savage Mountain seemed even taller and steeper. It was gloomy and filled with hostility. Every single cave seemed like a cold eye. Even the hot wind that swirled around above his head seemed like it was mocking him. Knock. Then go ahead and knock. Let's see who'll open the door for you. Why don't you beg me? I pity you, and I might even help you open the door. Piss off to the Green Province. This isn't a place you should be in. The entire savage mountain was alarmed. Even more people gathered on the tower, pointing and mocking the lonely Qingshan below. There were men and women, monks and laymen. Some wore long robes and short skirts, and they carried feather fans and silk scarves. They were like people of the Central Plains. Some had painted their faces and bared their chests and abdomens. They possessed the distinctive characteristics of the South. There were also some who possessed the characteristics of demons and other folk, while some did not even resemble humans at all. For a moment, demons danced about, which just happened to match the name, Lair of Demons. No one feared Li Qingshan. The more gentle and polite he was, the more unbridled their laughter became. It was like they were looking at a strange clown. With their identities, there were not many opportunities for them to mock an expert like that. This feeling was similar to watching a ferocious tiger from outside a cage. Angering the tiger, making it bare its fangs and claws and roar angrily, yet unable to harm itself because of the iron bars. This was a rare joy. Then I'll come and knock. As a result, Li Qingshan lowered his head and grinned, revealing his fangs. Then, he walked towards the huge door. Suddenly, Li Qingshan raised his head. A figure lunged down from the top of the city gates. It was a big, white fatty with a horned helmet on his head and a set of armor on his body. He let out a furious roar and swung his fists in the air. Bang! 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 The air exploded, and the fatty's descent rapidly slowed down. In the end, he landed heavily in front of Li Qingshan. You've got guts. Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows. This guy clearly hadn't even passed the first heavenly tribulation. The fatty sat up and saw Li Qingshan the moment he laid eyes on him. His pale face immediately paled even further before reddening again. He rapidly backed away and turned around, cursing at the top of the walls, "Who the fuck pushed me?" His ancestor. A string of obscenities mixed with the dialect of the southern border. He had been like this just now, standing on top of the city wall and yelling happily. Caught off guard, a palm struck his back, and his body flew out uncontrollably. Hey, Fatty Luo fell down. He's fucking finished this time. Maybe this hero from Qingzhou will be merciful and not kill him. Roars of laughter erupted from the top of the city wall again. No one sympathized with his plight. Instead, they did their best to belittle him. Was there anything more exciting than watching a tiger on top of a mountain than someone falling down? Apart from the person directly involved, everyone was very excited and eager. Fatty Luo suddenly turned around and pointed at Li Qingshan. I'm warning you, don't move. My master is the gentleman of heavenly blubber, the second cave master of the Lair of Demons. He's in there right now. If you harm me, he won't spare you. Li Qingshan smiled without saying anything. He pointed at the corner gate. As if he had just been pardoned, Fatty Luo turned around and fled. When he was about to enter the corner gate, he did not forget to turn around and say, "At least you know your place." There was a series of regretful boos from the top of the city walls. Fatty Luo's arrival on top of the city walls led to another hubbub. They became even more contemptuous of Li Qingshan below. Benevolence was not acknowledged here. The more vicious one was, the more respected they were. Li Qingshan finally arrived in front of the city gates and raised his hand. The huge ghost face painted on the city gates suddenly appeared, biting towards Li Qingshan. Is anyone home? Boom! The ghost face vanished, and the city gates shattered. Rubble flew everywhere. It was like 10,000 tons of explosives had exploded. Boulders 10 to 15 meters across whistled through the air like weightless pebbles. A group of demonic cultivators stood behind the gates. Suddenly, there was a great rumble. Rocks of various sizes charged over like furious bulls. Before they could even unleash their cultivation, they were struck by the boulders and immediately reduced to mincemeat. The demonic cultivators who watched on from the top of the city gates were directly swallowed by the dust and rubble. Quite a while later, the tremors subsided, but the rumbles continued to echo through the valley. A demonic cultivator on his last breaths, whose lower half had been crushed by a boulder, looked up. The city gates that stood several dozen meters tall had already vanished completely, reduced to a huge gap. Mangled corpses were strewn across the ground, and rubble was piled up. A figure emerged from the dust. When the figure approached, he saw the calm smile on his face, as if he did not think he had done anything impressive. The demonic cultivators near the city gates below the first heavenly tribulation had all been reduced to sieves by the rubble. Even if they had passed the first heavenly tribulation, they would die on the spot if they were hit by the boulders. Li Qingshan walked past the rubble and corpses, walking into the valley. In front of him was a wide road, facing the tallest peak of Savage Mountain. A tall tower stood on the peak. He could feel that a few powerful auras were gathered there. It was where his target was. In the tall tower, the cave masters were all shocked. He actually dared to attack. Mate Sanyang was very surprised. He destroyed the gates of the lair of demons and killed countless demonic cultivators. This was equivalent to forming a death grudge. There was no room for negotiation. This was completely different from what she had expected. Is he crazy? And you still say you're not here to be enemies with us? Way of the Poison looked at Ghost Ascetic mockingly. Chapter 774. What a dense spirit chi! Li Qingshan walked along the main road with large strides. The deeper he went into the valley, the denser the spirit chi became. Just taking a breath of the air made him feel refreshed. Compared to this place, the cave abode in the Chain Mountain was simply too inferior. There weren't as many towering trees in the valley, so his field of vision was much wider. Savage Mountain, thousands of meters tall, was filled with all kinds of strange flowers and plants. There were even green pines welcoming guests, strange rocks, birds singing, and butterflies dancing. A few streams meandered between the mountains, turning into waterfalls that flowed straight down, passing through the clouds and falling into the green ponds, splashing thousands of pearls and jade. The scenery was beautiful, like an immortal realm. And in this immortal realm sat a large city. Rows upon rows of buildings of all styles. There were savage temples built from giant rocks, as well as large houses built from logs. Colorful totems could be seen everywhere, fully displaying southern borders' colorful customs. If one hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would have thought that this was southern borders' infamous lair of demons, and that the people living here were a bunch of lawless demonic cultivators? Even in a savage land like this, they were notorious. Compared to them, the villains and murderers outside were as pure and obedient as children. Li Qingshan happily enjoyed the scenery, as if he was looking at his new home. When he walked into the city, the bustling streets and alleys instantly quietened down. Watchful, vigilant, and hostile gazes came from the buildings on both sides of the road. The smile on Li Qingshan's face faded a little. He could sense the existence of layers of formations around him, or rather, he had already stepped into numerous formations of various sizes. Normally, sects would focus on external defense, setting up defensive formations and strictly controlling those who entered. Internally, they wouldn't set up too many barriers, making it easy for disciples to interact. But Lair of Demons was different. There were all kinds of people here, and people often came and went. The 8 cave masters were also on guard against each other, and the disciples and lackeys below them were even more conflicted. Because of the blood oath, the cave masters could at least maintain a semblance of peace. But the demonic cultivators below them often fought, often coming to blows at the slightest disagreement. Not only did the cave masters not stop them, they were even happy to see it happen. Incompetent people didn't have the right to live in lair of demons. This was the way of survival for demonic cultivators. Gu refinement was like survival of the fittest. There was no trust or love between people, only vigilance and exploitation. Wild beasts used urine to divide their territories, while cultivators used formations. Every building had at least one spirit array in operation, and a large area of buildings would be covered by an even larger spirit array. This is probably the place with the densest concentration of spell formations in the world. It's only because this is a paradise that these spell formations can be activated, and their power is probably far greater than normal. No wonder they dared to open the side door and let me in. It was like walking right into a trap. Are you waiting for me to sink even deeper? Ha, if it's just Li Qingshan, it'll be a narrow escape. After being silent for so many years, it's time for North Moon to come out and stretch his muscles. Suddenly, the sound of a child crying came from up ahead. Li Qingshan walked up and saw a child wearing red clothes and a tiger head hat sitting in the middle of the road, crying loudly. His voice was full of energy, and his voice was loud and clear. In this silent city, there was a trace of strangeness. Little guy, why are you crying? Li Qingshan smiled. He even crouched down, as if he was completely unaware of the strangeness and danger. He had always been kind to children. My puppy is going to die. The child continued to wipe his tears with his head lowered. Oh, where's your puppy? Let me take a look. I might be able to save it. It's useless. You're dead for sure. The child suddenly raised his head. His red face carried a viciousness and gloominess that did not match his age. With that, an invisible, mysterious power immediately attached itself to Li Qingshan's body, invading his soul deeply. A curse. It was one of the most difficult attacks to defend against. It could often kill and injure the enemy invisibly. Once he was affected by the curse, it would be 10 times more troublesome than being poisoned. However, the conditions to cast the curse were extremely strict. After saying that, the child immediately bled from all his orifices and died. He was clearly just a puppet, and it was very likely to be one of the conditions to cast the curse. The smile on Li Qingshan's face disappeared. Under the suppression of the spirit turtle, his soul was cleansed, and the curse vanished without a trace. Damn it, is the difference in cultivation too great? A blind old man in tattered clothes holding a walking stick grunted. He felt that his curse had failed, and cursed under his breath. However, this was nothing. As the first person who dared to attack directly, his actions would definitely be rewarded by the cave masters. Even if the curse failed, the other party could do nothing to him. Boom! A strong gale swept up the broken pieces of wood, filling the room. A large hole appeared in the thick wall. Li Qingshan passed through over 10 layers of walls and 7 or 8 formations. He stood there, staring coldly at the blind old man. Who are you? What do you want? The blind old man retreated, trembling. I'm just an old blind man who's about to die. He even pretended that he had nothing to do with this matter. However, his heart was filled with fear. How did he know it was me? My curse shouldn't have left any traces behind. Don't worry, I've always been a person who respects the old and cherishes the young. Come, give me the walking stick. The weather's nice today, I'll take you out for a walk. Li Qingshan took the blind old man's walking stick with one hand and grabbed his bony wrist with the other. Half pulling, half dragging, he walked back the way they came. The demonic cultivators watched him pass through their own halls in fear. The blind old man was trembling. He was no longer pretending. He was truly filled with fear, yet he dared not resist. Arriving on the streets, beside the child's corpse, Li Qingshan said calmly, "Come, open your mouth." The blind old man saw that he could not be merciful. He suddenly spat out a string of mysterious and difficult words. With a squelch, the walking stick was stabbed into his mouth. Good boy. Li Qingshan stabbed the crooked, knotted walking stick inch by inch into the blind old man's body, all the way through and standing upright on the ground. However, he was still alive. Although many of his organs had been pierced, and even his dantian's qi was not spared, he was still a cultivator after all. His crooked body curled into a ball from the pain. Whoever dares to touch him can accompany him, Li Qingshan said. He left behind this strange marking to attract the gazes in the darkness. He continued forward. Many restless figures in the buildings on the two sides of the road cowered. Li Qingshan felt like he was in a much better mood. After walking for a while longer, just when he was about to reach the end of the valley, he stopped and raised his head to look at the tall tower on the mountain. 5 pairs of eyes stared at him from afar. The spiritual energy in the air grew denser and denser. The region at the bottom of the valley was the center of Savage Mountain. It was a beautiful place. The dwellings of the 8 cave masters were all built here. Regular disciples could only build dwellings on the 2 sides of the mountain. This place was like the bottom of a pocket, the end of a trap. The formations laid down here could not be compared to the formations in the city, be it in terms of quality, scale, or power. Even if they did not take action, they could trap a second heavenly tribulation cultivator or demon commander to death. The 5 cave masters were all waiting. They were waiting for Li Qingshan to take another step forward. Then, it would be his death. A great battle was about to erupt. However, Li Qingshan just happened to not move. He just stood there, his lips curling into a smile. Esteemed guest, why don't you come up the mountain for a chat and state your intentions? The gentleman of heavenly blubber's voice rang out from the tower. Li Qingshan finally moved, but he did not move forward. Instead, he turned around and made his way to the left. A building that stood 100 feet tall was called Drunken No Return. It was richly ornamented, with overhanging eaves and corners. With a gentle breeze, wind chimes rang out. It was so exquisite and magnificent that it did not seem like something from the south. And, despite knowing that Li Qingshan had arrived, the restaurant was still bold enough to open its doors. Boss, bring me some alcohol. Li Qingshan stepped over the door sill. There was not a single customer in the restaurant, but many tables still had food and drinks on them. As far as the eye could see, there was only a girl around 16 or 17 standing behind the counter, clattering away at her abacus. She did it a few more times, as if she had calculated a satisfactory result. Only then did she raise her head and smile. There's no boss, only the lady boss. Sir, do you know whether it's a man or a woman? She had bright eyes and white teeth, and she was bold and bold. As she shook her head, the silver accessories on her head clinked together. She walked out from behind the counter. She was dressed in blue, embroidered clothes and a flower-patterned, brocade skirt. I don't care if you're a man or a woman. I only care if your alcohol is good or not. If it's not good, I'll tear down your restaurant. Li Qingshan arrived at the center table and sat down. He thought, the lair of demons sure is filled with masters. I killed one earlier, and here comes another. Of course, if I didn't have some skill, I wouldn't have the courage to face him. Though, she probably isn't as young as she looks. Sir, you're so fierce. I have plenty of good alcohol here. I guarantee you won't go back until you're drunk. Though, sir, you're not going to see us cave masters, but instead come to my tiny restaurant to drink. Don't tell me you're afraid and want to muster up some courage. The lady boss said with a smile. She seemed very innocent and very curious. As long as it was a man, they would never be willing to be called cowardly or afraid, especially by a beautiful woman. Li Qingshan was a man too. He shook his head. That's not right. It's not that I'm afraid of your cave masters, but your cave masters are afraid of me. What do you mean by that? The lady boss swayed her hips and walked over in a few steps. She directly sat on the table in front of Li Qingshan and asked with her body turned sideways. I'm the guest, and they're the host. I'm 1, and they're 8. I'm sitting in their main hall right now, but they actually don't dare to come out of their bedroom to see me. They're as shy and timid as little girls. Tell me, who's the one who's afraid of who? Li Qingshan said with a smile. I can't win against you in an argument. If you want to drink, then drink. But we have to settle the bill first. The lady boss bent down and moved closer to Li Qingshan. Her breath smelled like orchids, and the ravine on her chest was faintly discernible. I just sat down, and I haven't even had a cup of tea. Where did the bill come from? My table was originally full of people, but because you came, they all dispersed in an instant. None of the money for the food and drinks were paid. Tell me, shouldn't you pay the bill? Li Qingshan smiled. I'm here to dine and dash. I'm not even allowed to pay my own bill, let alone theirs. Chapter 775. Oh, how impressive. There aren't many people who dare make me pay when I want to dine and dash. Li Qingshan's eyes narrowed. He still had a smile on his lips, but it made the lady boss shiver. It was as if the person in front of her was not a human, but a ferocious beast looking at its prey playfully. Even if he did not show any killing intent, the pressure from the top of the food chain was enough to suffocate her. How fierce. If you want to drink, I'll treat you. What are you staring at me for? The lady boss pushed Li Qingshan's shoulder and said flirtatiously, but her expression and movements were rather stiff and unnatural. You don't have to be afraid. If the alcohol is good and the food is good, I'll still pay the bill. Perhaps I'll even pay double. Li Qingshan sat up straight. The smile on his bronze face remained the same. Who's afraid? You can't find a second place in the southern border for the wine and food here. Just be careful not to get drunk. The lady boss raised her voice. It's not your fault if you get drunk, it's your fault if you don't. Isn't this place called Drunk No Return? Today, we're not going home until we're drunk. We'll give you cave masters some courage. Let's see if they dare to come down the mountain and drink with me. The lady boss looked deeply at Li Qingshan. This man was not simple. Daring to barge into Savage Mountain was already courageous enough, and even rarer was that he could advance and retreat as he pleased. He did not seem like he was venturing into a dragon's lair at all. It was as if he was the dragon or the tiger, returning to his own lair, treating the 8 cave masters like women and the several thousand demonic cultivators as if they were nothing. This heroic spirit suppressed the entire lair of demons. Out of all the men she had seen in her life, not a single one could compare to him. The lady boss swayed her hips to get the wine. Her butt was round and perky under her skirt. It was truly a flirtatious sight when she moved. Li Qingshan snickered. He loved being charmed the most. However, when he thought about how little and was nearby, he could only look away with some regret. Chef, an esteemed guest has come to visit. Hurry up and cook. If it doesn't taste good, I'll slap you. The lady boss called out loudly and went into the wine cellar. Someone from the kitchen responded, "All right, lady boss." After a while, the lady boss returned with a jar of wine. Breaking the clay seal, the fragrance of wine permeated the air. A stream of light green wine flowed into a large porcelain bowl, filling it to the brim. Li Qingshan glanced at it. There's no poison in the wine, right? Without another word, the lady boss picked up the porcelain bowl and emptied it in one go. He shone the bottom of the bowl at Li Qingshan, then threw it on the table and wiped his mouth. Don't drink it if you don't dare. Drinking alone is tasteless. I was just about to ask you to drink with me. Li Qingshan said with a smile. All right. The lady boss did not stand on ceremony. She placed one leg on the bench and poured 2 more bowls of wine. It was faintly discernible and exceptionally alluring. Dang! The 2 bowls clinked against each other and drained the wine in one gulp. Li Qingshan praised, good wine. It really has a unique flavor. The lady boss's eyes hid a trace of pride. No matter how crafty you are, you drank the water I used to wash my feet. Now you want to drink wine without poison. Wait for your next life. But his cultivation is too high, so I'll trick him into drinking more. When the poison takes effect, he'll be at my mercy. This wine was called no return wine. It was not poisoned in the wine, but it was specially refined to poison people. It was still a first-class wine, but it could only be tasted with an antidote. Without her persuasion, Li Qingshan drank bowl after bowl like water. In a short while, the jar of wine was emptied. I'll go get another jar. The lady boss's face was slightly flushed, and her smile became more sincere. She could take advantage of the slow onset of the poison to accumulate more. How can 1 jar of wine be enough? Bring out all the wine in the cellar. All right, you can do whatever you want today. If you're drunk, just sleep in my room. The lady boss's eyes were seductive as she went to get more wine. While they were talking, a fair-skinned fatty wearing a white hat and a white apron walked out of the kitchen and placed 8 or 9 dishes on the table. With a humble and amiable look on his face, he bent over and rubbed his hands. Please have a taste. The entire hall was filled with fragrance. Li Qingshan did not stand on ceremony and tasted the dishes. His eyes lit up, and he gave the chef a thumbs up. These dishes were even more delicious and unique than the one the Marquis of Serene Sea had treated him to. The lady boss said that there was no other place in southern border that could match the wine and dishes here. It seemed that she was not lying. All right, if you like it, I'll continue. The chef's smile became more humble. His eyes narrowed into a line, and he bowed even lower. At this time, the lady boss returned with the wine. She brushed past the chef and exchanged glances. As a result, Li Qingshan drank the wine and ate the dishes as they came. He ate and drank to his heart's content. He teased the lady boss a little more, as if he had completely thrown his goal of coming to Savage Mountain to the back of his mind. The lady boss's smile grew even more beautiful. You've really barged into hell. Drinking so much in such a hurry, even a deity would not be able to save you. Only death awaits. In the tall tower at the top of the mountain, the cave masters watched this scene with cold smiles on their faces. In the beginning, Li Qingshan's refusal to continue forward had caught them off guard. For a moment, they did not know if they should take the initiative to attack. When Li Qingshan entered, drunk no return, and began to eat and drink to his heart's content, they sat still, the cold smiles on their faces growing more and more intense. He really dares to eat and drink here. Does he think he can resist all poisons just because his cultivation is high? Way of the Poison grinned, full of delight. Goo and poisons were inseparable. Southern border accounted for at least half of all the rare poisons in the world. The greatest sect in the south was the myriad poison cult. Let alone a mere golden core cultivator, some of their poisons could even kill demon kings with tough bodies. Silkworm madam, your disciple is going to do something meritorious, said the gentleman of heavenly blubber. Ha, this Li Qingshan seems to be eating your disciple's cooking. He seems to be quite happy. The human chef's culinary skills are renowned throughout the entire South Sea Commandery. Let him eat slowly. The gentleman of heavenly blubber laughed so hard that his fat jiggled. He was filled with malice. Something doesn't seem right. The ghost ascetic frowned. The lady boss had discovered this too. Her smooth abdomen had already bulged from drinking too much. She did not drink as much as him, nor could she refine it in time. She had ingested a large quantity of antidotes beforehand, and she was almost unable to hold on any longer, so why was he still standing? Let alone dying from the poison, he did not even feel any discomfort. Instead, his eyes shone brighter and brighter. She became more and more excited. She began to panic slightly. There's no more alcohol. Go get more. Li Qingshan emptied the jar of alcohol in his hand and casually tossed it onto the ground. The jar rolled around with a gurgle along with the other 20 or so empty jars. The lady boss hesitated. The refinement of no return was not easy. Li Qingshan had already drunk all of it, so where was she supposed to give him more alcohol? And even if she did, it would probably be useless. She did not see him circulate his cultivation. Did his body just happen to be able to suppress the poison of no return? Smack! Li Qingshan smacked her perky bottom and smiled. What are you blanking out for? Why don't you go? It hurts. What are you doing? The gates are wide open, yet you're trying to take advantage of me. The lady boss grumbled as she clutched her bottom. She let out a sigh of relief inside. As it seemed, he had not discovered the poison in the alcohol. Otherwise, with his strength of smashing through the gates of the valley in a single punch, she would have died on the spot. Cut the nonsense. Go, go. Li Qingshan waved his hand. All he wanted to do right now was drink alcohol. Even if it was poisoned, it did not matter. Yes, yes, sir. Sir. The lady boss snuck to the back of the building. The smile on her face disappeared. She took a deep breath and calmed herself down. She was already prepared to leave. This was the only move that could threaten him. If it was useless, then she would continue to stay. She would definitely not be able to escape the consequences. As for human chef, he could only pray for his own good. This Li Qingshan did not look like a violent and murderous person. As long as he did not discover what was in the food he ate. There were many layers of arrays in this restaurant. She was not afraid of being discovered by his spiritual sense. Just as she was about to leave, she heard Way of the Poison's voice. Don't go. Put the poison in his alcohol. At the same time, a small porcelain bottle was sent to her through the array. The lady boss hurriedly rejected. Eighth cave master, he is not afraid of poison. If he discovers it, I'm dead. Bullshit. There is no one in this world who is not afraid of poison. Don't worry, this poison is colorless and odorless. He will definitely not discover it. Way of the Poison used both the carrot and the stick. Master. Mate Sanyang said. Just do as I say. The few cave masters are people who know when to reward and when to punish. They will not mistreat you after this. Eighth brother Wei, my disciple is taking such a huge risk to avenge you. You have to show your gratitude. This is a poison dispelling pearl. If you swallow it, you will be immune to all poisons. Let him continue to drink, the more the better. Way of the Poison did not care about the cost. The lady boss's eyes lit up. The poison dispelling pearl was especially valuable in the southern border. Since things had already come to this, she might as well go all the way. She swallowed the poison dispelling pearl and put the poison in the alcohol. She smiled again and returned to the main hall. You're so slow. Why did the taste of the alcohol change? Li Qingshan lifted the porcelain bowl and drank a mouthful. Your alcohol tolerance is too high. You finished that type of alcohol. I can only change it. If you don't like it, I'll take it back. The lady boss's heart was extremely nervous. It's okay. I'll take this. Come, let's continue drinking. Li Qingshan said with a drunken smile. Another bowl of alcohol went down his stomach, and the entire jar of poisoned alcohol was emptied. Li Qingshan remained seated, and the drunkenness on his face deepened. This time, even Wei of the Poison's expression changed. The lady boss had no choice but to take more alcohol. She rubbed her slightly swollen head and cursed in her heart. What Wei of the Poison, how dare you? Hurry up and change your name. Don't blame me now. Forget it, getting a poison-dispelling pearl for free isn't bad either. She came to the back of the building and saw another porcelain bottle filled with poison placed there. It was impossible to take advantage of a cave master in the lair of demons. Therefore, she poisoned, sent alcohol, and poisoned again. There was venom, venom powder, and all of them had different poisons. In the end, Wei of the Poison no longer cared about being colorless or odorless. He only cared about sending more and more poisons into her hands and then putting them in the alcohol. Although the lady boss wasn't afraid of poison, she had drunk too much alcohol. Her eyes were dazed, and she could barely conceal her malice. Before she knew it, it was as if she had fallen into a huge gamble. She couldn't stop, and there was no turning back. She had to poison Li Qingshan to death. However, Li Qingshan sat there steadily like a mountain. Moreover, he was growing taller and taller, as if he could come crashing down at any moment. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.